This is Cybert signing into Red Alert 3 on the map Infinity Isle for game number 1 of the lower bracket. Welcome to Gathering Storm, and say hello to the yellow Soviets on the left side. This is Harlen. And on the right side, playing random and drawing Soviets, this is DDF. We are kicking off with a Soviet mirror matchup. Not something a lot of players would have predicted, not something a lot of people would have predicted, a Soviet mirror matchup, but with a couple of folks in the top 8 playing random and a couple of other folks playing a lot of Soviets. We do actually have pretty good Soviet representation here in this tournament, but the randoms, they're really bringing a nice slice of variety. DDF and opShijiao. Will they stay random? We shall see, but I would not have guessed that the lower bracket round 1, opShijiao or Harlen versus DDF, that we would be sending one of these players home in round 1 of Gathering Storm. I thought both of these players had a chance to win it all, to go to the finals, and yet they both need to win quite a few more games to make it to the finals. Finals is still open for everyone. Good roars coming off here from DDF to get the lockdown on the conscripts, but the sickles are the big winners here. Of course, they're the bigger damage dealers, and there is a terror drone on the Harlen side going to be able to lock down some of these sickles, but the firepower is a little bit better on the DDF side. The additional sickle does give him that extra power. I think the sickle can jump out of here. He was hoping that there wouldn't be any defense down there on the lower ground, but DDF did go for an additional sickle or 2, and so Harlen was not able to jump in and harass that harvester. You could see the idea, you could see what he was aiming for, but it just wasn't going to work out here. Terror drone's going to be able to stasis each other out there on the water, and it's going to be a crusher crane coming in for Harlen. I'm not sure that DDF quite realizes that his opponent might be crushing down his MCV in a few moments, but we do have the double reactor out there on the water for DDF. Ore refinery up and working. Walls starting to break apart this map, and it's going to be a super reactor, so it is not going to be an MCV crush into some kind of an all-in push. It is going to be the crusher crane for the utility of it. And is he just out of range of this sickle? It looks like he is just out of range of this sickle. Super reactor gets replaced out here on the water. DDF likely going to be using that for his sort of base crawl to his potential 4th refinery. 3rd refinery going to be coming up from Harlen to match that of DDF. And yeah, I would not... Okay, recycles that sickle. Doesn't need all of them, so decides to get rid of one of them. And maybe he was hoping to get lucky and get a little terror drone surprise out of that one as well. But in this case, these are 2 players that I thought had a chance of going all the way to the finals. In this case, I guess technically one of them could still go all the way to the finals. That chance does remain for everyone here, even in the lower bracket. But I thought these guys would be verse each other in the upper bracket sometime, not here in the lower. And that is how things go sometimes. Expectations aren't always met. Things don't always turn out the way that you think they might. And in this case, it is good for the folks in the upper bracket and bad for these 2 players right here. But good for us, because us as viewers, we get to enjoy a best of 7 between Harlen and DDF, which again, in a different time, would have felt like one of the greatest finals Red Alert 3 has ever seen. And then we've got so many more amazing matches still to get to. We're not quite coming in. I ran the numbers before playoffs, and it was something like 67 to 100 and something games that we were going to be seeing over the course of Gathering Storm. And we're not quite at that highest level yet, but I feel like, by the numbers, we haven't actually had any complete shutouts yet. We will probably have a 4-0 or a 5-0 at some point, but it hasn't happened yet, so we are at beyond the minimum number of games. We're not just scraping the bottom of the barrel. A number of these series have been very back and forth. In this game, a little bit back and forth. in the sense of no one is doing too much. They're both happy to play this one out a bit more macro-oriented, which can lead to quite a chaotic late game where you've had all of this build-up, you've had all of this time, and then one player is in the better position and they just slam the other player, and then that's the end of the game, and it's sort of a one-fight gain because there has been so much build-up. But Twin Blades coming in, both players with Naval Yard, Airfield, War Factory. DDF might not. No, he does have a Crusher Crane, so they've both got the Crusher Crane as well. And are they both selling off one of their reactors? They may have actually done that as well, just matching each other in so many ways as the Tesla Coil does get deployed here. Twin Blades and Satellites going to be getting dropped on this location. I think the Naval Yard will actually go down to all of this damage. Barely. It does survive. He gets $4 back from it, but then also the Twin Blades rank up off of killing the shell as it is disappearing. Bullfrog's moving forward. Twin Blades taking a bit of damage. Terror Drone does manage to jump forward. He's going to be able to infect that Bullfrog. Nicely done there by Harlen. DDF should be able to save this if he has realized that his Bullfrog is infected. Takes a bit of a longer route, but he does get to the Crusher Crane in time. The Naval Yards, they have finished up for both players, but is Harlen going to restart his? Okay. Right there, it starts immediately. DDF actually going for a second Naval Yard, so he does have this one over here, but clearly he wants to be able to produce units a little bit closer to his opponent's expansion there off the water. Terror Drone coming in with no Tesla Coil around this refinery. The Harvester is going to have to go offline momentarily here. Could just be a Stingray to get rid of that Terror Drone, or it might be the Twin Blades moving over. Bullfrogs are here to make sure that the Twin Blades can't just go over there for free. It will cost them one of their own if they decide to go for it. Bullfrogs getting caught. Harlen loses out a couple of Bullfrogs there, and now the Twin Blades are going to move in for the hammer tanks. MiGs showing up, though, from the Harlen side to defend against DDF's deadly Twin Blades. The Terror Drone eventually going to allow that Harvester to get back to work, and it will be a Stingray, possibly just to kill off that Terror Drone and not much more than that. It's low power mode for Harlen. So he is overstretched. He did not build an additional... No, he did build an additional reactor. So he's going to need another additional reactor with all of the flak cannons and Tesla coils and other buildings that he's got going on. He is out of power already. And, well, it looks like DDF is a little bit safer from the lights going out as he's got some additional electricity supplied to his base. Kula Sub's just kind of getting free damage. There is a Tesla coil coming up. There is something building out of the Naval Yard, but Ultra Torpedoes will fire off, and that's going to be a dead refinery here as DDF getting some wins here in this first game on Infinity Isle, knocking down his opponent's economy. Twin Blade's going to commit into the attack, but the flak cannon will get one back. The Tesla coil does end up going down, and the reactor as well will have to be canceled. Harlen taking some damage out here on the water, trying to answer back with the Twin Blade, but the Bullfrogs show up courtesy of DDF and get a kill there. Dreadnought putting the long-range damage out onto the map, and these Dreadnoughts are working overtime. The missiles are flying fast and furious, and at least we do have a Crusher Crane here, and the Dreadnought can get out of range of that V4. Especially if the V4 holds still for a moment. That will be the end of that V4. Terror Drone moving in. Twin Blades will have to be called in to deal with that Terror Drone, and the V4 will back off. Dodges all of the shots. Terror Drone infects the Akula Sub over here, but the Akula Subs go for a little blue on blue, and they knock down one of their own as the Iron Curtain has a little under 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock as the Dreadnought missiles will be slamming into that V4, even catching a Bullfrog there as the Kirov finds the MCV, finds the oil derrick, and if the MiGs aren't nearby, you might as well go for the whole thing. No, the Kirov doesn't even want to go for the MCV, which he could just be taking free shots at that guy. Bullfrog showing up here for Harlen. He's lost his oil derrick, he's lost his refinery in his main base, and now it looks like he's about to be losing another refinery, and the Harvester can't be recycled on that one. Migs find a kill, and Natasha is going to have to be brought out to knock down the Dreadnought, but the GG comes out, and DDF gets the first win of this series. It's a best of one, but he gets the classic win on Infinity Isle. That sends us to Epicenter Island for our second game of the series. Playing the Soviets, this time on purple. This is Harlen. And on the right side, as the Soviets yet again give it up for DDF. A Soviet mirror matchup yet again. And this time on Epicenter Island, so we do have the potential for crane openers and fast expansions, but it doesn't look like either player is opting for that. At the current moment, the crane opener, you know, it's a pretty popular one. Third refinery quick on this map, pretty popular, but in this case, both players are playing it out pretty standard. We will see. I mean, it was 5 refinery versus 5 refinery for part of that Infinity Isle game. And Infinity Isle is a map where a lot of players will manage to get to 4 refineries. 5 refineries can be hard to actually hold because of the layout of the 5 refineries, because of how the maps and because of how the map is laid out, how the ground works. By the time you get to that 5th refinery, your opponent usually has artillery or aircraft, and so they can harass that location very easily. And then it ends up not being particularly worth it, which is why we tend to see more like 4 refinery type games play out on Infinity Isle. But this map, definitely a little bit newer, definitely a little bit different. It seems like everybody likes this map in terms of the players. I feel like it's chosen quite consistently all throughout the qualifiers, all throughout playoffs. It has showed up in a lot of different series. Whereas you expect the 7 ladder maps, because that is still primarily played over on Battle.net, and they are still primarily played even on CCO as well. There's a lot of love for the original 7 maps, as flawed as they are, as much as they were, you know, sort of the 7 best maps that the Red Alert 3 team could come up with in the very limited production time that they had to develop the game. Those were the maps that they ended up going with. And for better or for worse, those are the maps of Red Alert 3. But this one, Battle Base, Beta, Crisibero Garden, all see pretty high play rate as well. And those 3 stand out as some of the most played community maps. Tesla Coil is here, so the Terror Drone can't do a ton versus this. And trying to block off the stasis there with that sentry gun. Trying to just delay that Terror Drone as much as he possibly can. And DDF, he will have to deal with this Terror Drone at some point. But Harlen is getting some value out of locking down this Harvester, forcing those buildings to be built and canceled and built again. The MCV now going to be heading back onto land, and he's like, you know what, you can just have that Harvester. I'm going to move in with my own Terror Drone, and then I'm going to stasis you right there. And he might drop another sentry gun. Okay, no, he's got the Twin Blade over there, so he will be able to deal with that Terror Drone via the Twin Blade. Twin Blade's out for both players, hammer tanks as well. Refinery on the high ground, expanding out to the water. Refinery on the water, expanding up to the high ground. So both players mirroring each other in various ways. But Harlen now moving out his own Twin Blade, going to be landing on this Harvester. And he is up a little bit in income over his opponent. I didn't actually see how long this Harvester has been sitting there with its adaptive armor activated. Not actually harvesting, because he was quite ready when those Twin Blades showed up. Bullfrogs are here. Migs as well, getting chased by the Bullfrog of Harlen. DDF not doing a whole lot, but Harlen choosing to disengage there. Harvester gets back to work. DDF not necessarily going to be able to cut off Harlen's retreat. Refinery out here on the water, just now finishing up. And the Terror Drone on the move from Harlen. Going to be skittering across the land as well. Swimming through the water, skittering across the land. And now they're both set up. All 4 refineries claimed. Are they going to try and go for the full 5 once again? The big macro play from these players. Twin Blade, Hammer Tank, Bullfrog. 3 very common units for the mid-game. We get some MiGs mixed in there a little bit as well. Terror Drones also. Both players fighting over the buildings in the middle of the map a little bit here. This MCV going to be... There's not a Crusher Crane nearby, so if that would be worth sacrificing a little bit if you could get the guaranteed infect on that MCV. An extra Hammer Tank going down here as Harlen picking up some kills, just shaving units off of the army of DDF. DDF trying to body block with this barracks, trying to deny some of these attack pads of the Hammer Tanks, of the Leech Beam, and the MCV will survive for now. Hammer Tank's going to try and leech away from their hammer opponents. Terror Drone getting the infect, though. Harlen showing that he may have lost that game number 1, but he is not going down without a fight, and he can contend with DDF straight up. Terror Drone does end up going down, but another Hammer Tank kill picked up here by DDF. Harvester on the way out there on the water. Harlen is building his 5th refinery, trying to get that online as the Harvesters taking damage, slowly dying here. Once the Crusher Crane comes up, he activated his adaptive armor to try and survive long enough as the Hammer Tanks push forward. DDF wants to find a fight as the MiGs come in and the Twin Blades survive their onslaught. Hammer Tanks on the side of Harlen. They've got the better numbers. They've got the better firepower. They've got the better friends with those Twin Blades over top. And the MiGs just were not able to clear out those forces, but that Crusher Crane was able to save that Harvester. And now Harlen is up 5 Harvesters to 4. DDF is just glad that it's not 5 to 3. He's glad he was able to save at least one of those Harvesters. The MCV now going to be deploying here on the south side, going to be setting up a potential 5th refinery for Harlen. Terror Drones going to be passing each other, ships in the night, or like little bugs in the night, swimming through the water, looking for any advantage that they can find. The first big fight on the ground going the way of Harlen. DDF is down 6k of army value. Twin Blade does get hunted down. Nicely done there by DDF, and he pulled his own Terror Drone back. Terror Drone gets hunted down by the Twin Blade, I should say. I think I said Twin Blade gets hunted down, but either way, I've forgotten one time or the other. Bullfrogs pushing away those Twin Blades. There really aren't that many Bullfrogs or MiGs on the side of Harlen to inflate the numbers, but the satellite drop could be huge. Bullfrogs end up going down. There's only one Bullfrog remaining, and Harlen is like, I'll take this fight because he's got Twin Blades who can swoop in and make sure that it's a guaranteed win for the purple Soviet player. They don't get involved. It's just up to the Hammer Tanks to do the job. Couple of rockets fired off there, but Harlen says, I don't need your help. I've got it covered. And DDF loses the big tank fight. He's down 50% army supply compared to his opponent. Terror Drone going down. And this refinery, newly established, doesn't have much of an army to defend it. Twin Blades moving out from Harlen. He's just getting shot up by the MiG of DDF, but DDF can't stick around to finish the job as his own MiG goes down. Barracks will get targeted. Terror Drone gets the infect. A good move there by DDF. You can hold off a big tank army if you've got enough Terror Drones. Well, just one will be good enough for now. Flak Trooper coming out, trying to cut down these tank numbers. Twin Blade finds the vulnerable expansion down there in the bottom. The Terror Drone helps get a kill on a Twin Blade, on a Hammer Tank, as the Twin Blades move in. Ore refinery going to be safe relatively for now. the same time, hammer tanks now getting pressured. Harlen losing the hammer tank fight in the middle of the map, but he's got his own bullfrogs ready to defend against the twin blades, and the harassment will continue in the north. It's an Akula sub to shut down that expansion. Harlen says, as soon as you think you've got me here, I'm striking fear somewhere else. And another harvester forgotten to rebuild. One harvester goes down, but 0 harvesters take its place. A Tesla coil isn't going to help you win this game when it's not defending a harvester. Crusher Crane will be probably smashed by the, I'm guessing it's a tier 2 satellite drop, as he is going to sell it off, okay. And then the refinery should be fine. It'll survive the double satellite drop. Harvester survives as well, but Harlen outplaying DDF in a number of these engagements, but also outplaying him on the harassment side as well. Refinery getting knocked down, harvesters harassed with terror drones, twin blades killing off harvesters. DDF has just been getting run around this game, and Harlen has been in control just about from start to finish. You can see on the eco graph, they were trading back and forth for a good couple of minutes, but then right there, GG gets called, and it looks like Harlen will pick up game number 2. DDF, he is not going to be able to win this one easily. Harlen is here to play. That'll take us to Cabana Republic for game number 3. Our first tiebreaker of the series. You love when it goes back and forth, and it's good to see this guy getting a win. This is Harlen. And finally, we do not have a mirror matchup on our hands because playing the Empire, give it up for DDF. Harlen versus DDF. It is not going to be a clean sweep. It is going to be a fast third refinery from the Empire player. That's going to be a flak trooper moving forward, looking for the potential dojo. If that dojo is headed over to the oil derrick, which it's not. It is backtracking, actually, heading up to the high ground, which is a little bit different. But the mecha bay will now be out. The middle of the map conceded by the Empire player to the Soviet player, which, considering that conscripts can clear out buildings quite cheaply and quite easily, is not ever a surprise. It is quite common for allies and Empire to give up a little bit of that early control to the Soviet player. That is not what I was expecting. Okay, we are going airfield. The MCV is just running into the walls, just angry about those 2 walls in particular. It is MiGs, and these are MiGs that are a little bit worried about getting caught on the deck versus a Tengu who's going to show up and be like, why is there a MiG? Before the 2-minute 30-second mark, as the twin blade comes out, it's a 1-2 punch. The Tengu gets assassinated. That Tengu did not realize what he was flying into, and now DDF is like, what are you doing? You're supposed to have bullfrogs, or maybe hammer tanks, not twin blades and MiGs. What is this? The third refinery of DDF is going to be matched by Harlen. It's a little bit later, but he got that first kill on that Tengu. That's going to be feeling good. He also got his own oil derrick. So Harlen, he's got his oil derrick. He killed that first Tengu. He gave a little bit of a surprise to DDF, and he might even just be about to pick up some cash back on his opponent's oil derrick. Even on his own flak trooper there. He gets full cash back. The random wall segment, his own flak trooper dying to the oil derrick, and he gets the oil derrick as well. 620 bucks into the pocket of the Soviet player. Can we see a little jump? Not really. We see a little reduction in the income of DDF, because DDF is, of course, ahead a bit on income, 2K over the course of this game, which is not a surprise considering how quick he was on that third refinery. But now the third refinery up and running. Oil derrick is 1-0, so that will, over time, favor the Soviet player. We'll see how the harassment goes, because DDF he has been made a fool of for that first engagement, because truly, he, unless this is a build on the BattleNet server, where Soviet players on Cabana Republic will go for that fast airfield, but this is not a common build at all. Fast airfield out of Soviet players, not in a 1v1, not in any of the games that I've seen, not on CCO. The CNC Online server does not have this build feature very much. I don't even know the last time I saw Soviet airfield first in a competitive match. Obviously in a 2v2 or a 2v2v2 or an FFA or anything like that, you will get those like airfield first players. But MiG's going to get shut down by these Tengus. Bullfrog is here to help out, but there's a big transform after the Twin Blade goes down. The Tengus find a second target, and they might even help kill off this hammer tank. Things were going well for Harlen, and then he realized that his opponent's got a whole lot more units. A couple of good kills here by the Empire player. Is he going to steal it? He's looking to steal it. Do you have anyone to deny this engineer? It looks like the answer is no from Harlen. It is not going to be a walk in the park to defeat this Empire player. Sentry gun going to be coming up. Harlen floating a bit of cash, is catching up on the income, but he's about to be falling behind once again with 3 refinery versus 3 refinery, and now the oil derrick getting handed back over to the Empire player. Naval expansion might be coming up here from Harlen, but he's going to have other things to worry about, as it looks like DDF is going to be targeting this high ground expansion. Point defense drones? He does have everything grouped together, sitting silently. There we go. They get called in right there near the 6-minute mark, and a terror drone manages to infect a dojo core, which is, if you're the Empire player, you're happy that it's the dojo getting infected and not the harvester, as the VXs will find a kill there. And the hammer tanks might try to fight this out, but this is a lot of firepower. We'll see if the bullfrogs can get anything. He's got the toxin trap. He might actually be able to kill off a couple of additional units here, as the sentry gun, no flak cannon, is going to come up here to absorb the attention of those Tengus. And okay, the bullfrogs have not been able to deal with the VXs just yet. A couple of VXs on the ground in case any MiGs show up, or twin blades for that matter. But now all of the units are here. They're not quite trapped on either side just yet. Tengu's going to be committing into the fight, and the Tank Buster is going to be able to get some big shots off. Bullfrogs fighting against the point defense drones and against the VXs. The Bullfrogs all go down, and the hammer tanks get eliminated on exit. They're trying to escape, but the point defense drones make it so hard for the Soviet player, and DDF finds a huge win, but can he find any more? If he sticks around too long, he might overplay his hand, but he got all the kills that he was looking for. He got all the bullfrogs and all the hammer tanks and all the King's men, as he knocks down the crusher crane, as he assaults the airfield, and the Tengus are not in the right position to defend these VXs against that bullfrog. Bullfrog trying to move back in. This is where things get a little bit awkward for the Empire player. He's trying desperately to get the kill on that airfield. Another Bullfrog goes down, but this time it's traded back for that VX. And things didn't end well for DDF, but they sure did start well for DDF, who's up double the army supply of his opponent, but down 1 refinery. Harlen managing to get an extra expansion over his opponent, and this is the kill that I was expecting DDF to go for, but he thought he could end the game or do some critical damage, and he got very close to doing it, but he wasn't able to lock it down. And those extra couple of units, the hammer tank, the double bullfrog, coming out from that war factory, ended that push, that attack from DDF, and he never got the prize. He never knocked down this refinery, and now he's going to have to try again. He is still up double the army value of his opponent. That part of the equation hasn't changed, but a couple of extra kills here are being picked up currently almost for free. MCV in a dangerous spot. Who's defending you, as he's going to just sell it off? No, he's not selling it off just yet, but this is 5 VXs. It's hard to escape from 5 VXs, and there is going to be the sell-off. That was a great catch by DDF. Harlen being a bit silly, walking his MCV blind through the middle of the map when he does not have control of that area, and the Empire units can move across it so quickly. That's the end of the build queue for the Soviet player. Unless he managed to sneak out a Crusher Crane in some other spot, his build queue is done. There is a distinct advantage for the Empire player in both the fact that he'll have point defense drones, final squadron, other one-clicks available, and he'll be able to expand freely, and his opponent will not. The tech is locked, the production is locked, but fortunately for Harlen, he has the airfield, he has the barracks, he has the war factory. He doesn't have the naval yard, and if he wants to build his MCV, he's going to have to shut down his war factory for a minute and pay $5,000 to rebuild that MCV. Ore refinery will be getting attacked, and this would be so much easier to defend if he had build radius, but he doesn't. So he can send the terror drones, he can send the bullfrogs, but the Tengus will obviously have no problem dealing with that. He can get a lockdown, and there we go. The Tengus, are they going to try and save their friend? They're happy to fight the bullfrogs. You can trade a couple of Tengus if it means you get a kill on a bullfrog or two, and these MiGs, she does not want to take that fight, but with the bullfrogs behind her, maybe she can find the angle. Tengus looking for the turn. Harlen will not lose the MiG. Bear ends up going down. That was a scouting bear from like 8 minutes ago in this game. But once again, Harlen is still up in army value. Not as much by percentage as he was, but you know, when you got 5 bullfrogs roaming around the map, plus a MiG, that's a decent amount of the army value that just isn't doing a whole lot to the ground army. Now, if the fight ends up being over the air and not over the ground, then okay, bullfrogs and MiGs are primo. But I think this fight is going to be coming much more down to the ground than it will be the air. Where? He got the tier 3. Okay, he sold off the nanotech mainframe. He sold it off immediately after getting that tier 3, it looks like. Refinery ends up going down. Maybe the Harvester escaped, maybe it didn't. Surely the MCV has been... Has he not rebuilt the MCV? Is he not rebuilding the MCV? Oh, we might be going MCV-less, boys. As the Twin Blades come in, they do manage to pick off the Harvester. And hey, yeah, if you have $1 million worth of army units, but they're in the wrong spot, it doesn't really matter. They are not able to defend this location. A couple of Twin Blades moving through there. And now the Hammer Tanks just kind of get a free kill there. Harvester goes down, then the refinery shortly after. On the other side of the map, the Tengus looking for the primo kill. And even if there's a bullfrog here, this is more than enough. What a terrible time for point defense drones to fall off as the war factory will be jumped on, and that's going to be the end of the build queue for the Soviet player. Strikers transform, point defense drones get applied, and Harlen is looking for a Hail Mary in the middle of the map. Maybe he can kill his opponent's MCV, but that's not quite the same thing, as the Tengu's going to be moving back over, looking to hunt these Twin Blades, and the Bullfrogs will show up eventually, but the Hammer Tanks are looking to lock down this MCV. On the other side of the map, Harlen is getting cleaned up. His production is going to have to survive a whole lot more than just a little bit of turbulence as that MCV pulls back, but not much more than that. It's a big explosion in the sky, and I have no idea what Harlen's plan is here. He is going to have to fight this one out with only a barracks left over. He's about to be losing his whole main base as well. Bring everybody, because the fight is tonight. The fight is now, actually. We're going right now as the Harvester will get jumped on, but the Twin Blades find the angle on the Harvester, and the Tengus find the angle on the Twin Blades. Knock them down one after the other. Super Reactor goes down. Tengu's going to clear out those Flag Troopers. Flag Troopers get a kill. Okay. Flag Troopers get one kill on a VX. The oil derrick is still being attacked. Conscripts tried to clear that out, and Harlen will tap out. DDF found 2 amazing fights there and was able to level off the game. Harlen nearly brought it back, but he wasn't able to get the win. That'll send us to Battle Base Beta for game number 4. Trailing by 1, but looking good even when he loses. This is Harlen. Putting up a fight. Couple of missteps there, letting his MCV get caught out in the middle. That was very bad. But looking to get a win with all 3 factions. This is DDF. You play random, sometimes you end up as allies on Battle Base Beta, which is neither a bad thing nor a good thing. I know some viewers do say that allies have an advantage in everything, but like obviously we've seen these players are going back and forth regardless of the faction, whether it's players playing random like DDF and opShijiao, or it's players like Classic Noob and Dutch Army who are allied players. They are all going back and forth toe-to-toe with different players, and they are all managing to take wins, lose games, lose series. Bullfrog will chase away that Vindicator. Vindicator taking a lot of damage there, but will, of course, make it back home. And the Bullfrog is technically did so. That's a fast cryocopter, and that is a great unit to tell you that your opponent is going for a fast cryocopter. A bear giving the warning and letting him know that, hey, there are some freezy rays of death on their way to you. That is very good for the Soviet player to learn very early on. And the oil derrick was, of course, not captured. This was an airfield first play. Some of these buildings taken over by the Soviet player. Some of these buildings not taken over by the Soviet player. But, yeah, most of the buildings taken over by the Soviet player. Harlen has done a good job of spreading his units out. We saw this a little bit with opShijiao as well, taking lots of buildings on some of those games recently. And there the Harvester is going to be able to get to work. The bear does get shut down. And the Terror Drone moving out through the water. Ore Collector gets frozen for just a moment, but the Bullfrog is going to be able to chase away that cryocopter. Super Reactor on the way after the 3rd refinery, so a bit of a delay on the tech for Harlen. But the Terror Drone won't find much to do with that naval yard nearby. The Terror Drone is not going to be able to infect that Harvester in any meaningful way. And so then he just waits until a Vindicator comes to kill him off, because you can only stasis the Harvester. And then if you're going to stasis the Harvester, then you can't do anything but just wait. You have to stay there as well. You can't stasis the Harvester and then go back home, because then the Harvester just gets back to work. Vindicator moving back through the middle of the map. Will bomb out the conscript. DDF starting to make his side of the map quite safe. Airfield coming up. Harlen not getting a big eco play. This is not like a 4-minute 4th refinery or anything. He does at least have 3 refineries. He's got the oil derrick. He's kind of rounding out his production with this airfield, but this really is not a big macro game from Harlen. He may have had dreams of playing a big eco game or going super greedy or anything, but that fast cryocopter, that really put a damper on things for Harlen. Now, this airfield is out of range of that MCV, so there is no Tier 2 down there where the airfield is on the low ground. So no more cryocopters yet. But, of course, the airfield can be rebuilt up here on the high ground. Could go War Factory instead if he wants to get out a few land units. And there we go. The MCV is moving out to the water. A potential 4th refinery. I love this from the Soviet player, just going deep on enemy territory. Okay, I don't love it if the MiG ends up dying. Okay, I don't love it anymore. But I love the boldness of just, like, looking for that cryocopter in his own base. Ended up not quite working out. He did kind of get trapped there. I don't know how he got into that spot without taking a bunch of damage. Terror Drone will help lock down that Riptide. Twin Blades helping to clear out the middle of the map. And the 4th refinery coming up here for the Soviet player. Take a quick look at that resource graph, because it was on the Harlen side and now it's switched over to the DDF side as he picked up the oil derrick, picked up the 3rd and 4th refineries, and has got himself well established for the mid-game. And from here, you know, the world is his oyster. Does he want to go for... Okay, he has moved his MCV back, so he did actually just apply the Tier 2 upgrade to that airfield, now that his MCV is a little further back. But from here, okay, I guess it's 5th refinery time. I keep expecting him to go Tier 3 to get Athena cannons. That's what I was kind of thinking about, because they are so good on every map, but on Battle-Based Beta, you can have this little 4 refinery setup. And I mean, unless your opponent goes for a bunch of twin blades, that seaport is safe. The Kula subs are going to take a while to get there, but it is 5th refinery on the way for both players, as that harvester is looking to set up in the south. Cryo shot firing off somewhere, but it looks like nobody is going to be frozen by it, and the prospector will eventually set up camp down there in the south. There's a little freezy guy there as this IFV not going to go down. Leech beam not grabbing that, and the satellite drop gets called in. Harlen getting a forced sale of that power plant will be forcing DDF into that low power mode. Slows everything down for just a moment here. But that's 5th refinery up and running for Harlen. He's set up well with his economy now. Both players going back and forth on the total resources gathered stat, but the income per minute favoring DDF still a little bit, but as this 5th refinery comes online, that is going to change into a bit of advantage for Harlen. Bullfrogs trying to keep the cryocopters away. He is just full on running for it. The Guardian tanks are charging so much further forward than I was expecting. I thought they were just going to force the units back and then try and take the middle, but they went all the way to the other side of the middle of the map. Cryocopters going to be moving over. Apollos are like, where's your army to defend this? MiGs might be moving back into position, but the cryocopters getting an easy kill with the help of the Vindicator on those units. 4 MiGs are here with the twin blades. It's going to be a harvester for a harvester, but the IFV gets trapped down there on the low ground. The Leech Beam will end that guy, and the Apollos show up, but that's 4 MiGs. You've only got 2 Apollos. The IFVs, you're going to have to wait for them to show up. Another harvester should be going down here, and unfortunately for DDF, he did not have any anti-air ready to deal with that. He will lose 1 harvester, but as an allied player, you're always happy to trade 1 for 1 on harvesters. If you can kill an opponent's harvester and then rebuild yours, it's cheaper, so you're always happy with that exchange. Bullfrogs looking to come in. They're going to punish 1 cryocopter going down, 2 get eliminated, 3 are dead in the water. No, they survived. The MiG goes down instead. 2 cryocopters so close to death. Those MiGs closing in, the guns firing, and they survive. They actually make it out alive. That was almost a disaster for DDF. He has spent so much cash on those cryocopters, and to lose them before a potential big fight would have been disastrous for what he's hoping to do with this army. Athena cannons aren't out yet, so the Aegis shield can't be used to protect these units. The cryocopters need to shrink down these Soviet units to allow the Allied army to be more effective. Cryocopters going to be pushing forward. There's a lot of bullfrogs on the front line. MCV here as well from the Soviet player. No base defenses started up just yet. It's only a barracks, and it's going to be a satellite drop called in on top of these tanks. Peacekeepers getting locked down by the bears, but it's only a tier 1 satellite drop as the Guardian tanks push back these hammers. The terror drones get the infects. 2 Guardian tanks shut down, eliminated, and now an IFV on the front line as the cryocopters were hoping to find the big hero play against that MCV. It's going to be Harlen who comes out on top in that exchange. Hammer tanks moving forward, conscripts, bullfrogs, and now the twin blades They know that they've got a moment of momentum. The MiGs coming in, chasing back those Apollos. Javelins in the building to add into the anti-air firepower. Even if you kill the tanks, if you just lose everything to the terror drones, what good does it get you? As the repair drones are not actually helping out this damaged, dying Guardian tank. The Guardian tank not getting repairs because all of the drones were already occupied. And another harvester ends up going down. DDF slipping in the big fight, not able to hold it together, and the Twin Blades picking up some damage afterwards. Another couple of harvesters going down. Harvesters are getting back online very quickly, though. And now we've got actually a Tesla coil on the front line. That's a big anchor piece for this Soviet army. MiG shows up, the Apollo as well. The MiG will lose that fight as that's a hero Apollo doing massive damage. You can't get ranked up anymore. Go home. As DDF catches the air units trying to evacuate, and they weren't able to get out alive. One MiG lives to tell the tale. Javelin soldiers causing some problems. You can see at least one of them is already ranked up inside of that building, getting good value for DDF from that position. MCV is like, well, we'll see what you're doing over here. I know you killed my bear there a couple of minutes ago. Oil derrick getting targeted down. Things have been drifting back towards the orange side of that graph. Walls coming up. This could still be a one-fight game. Now that the cryocopters are up to 5, there is definitely a possibility where the Allied player just smashes a fight. And I mean, always keep in mind that a chunk of the Soviet army is bullfrogs and MiG. So when you see that army value, it's not exactly straightforward. But again, it does depend on how the cryocopters are used. If the cryocopters are very effective, then it could be an incredibly efficient... Okay, now we got Athena cannons. So yeah, this could be an incredibly efficient fight for the Allied player. Cryoshot going to be coming in. It will fire off, and the flak cannon going to be getting frozen down. Here's the response from the Allied player as the MiG shows up to try and chase away these units, but the build radius will be maintained. A nice bomb splitting there as the Twin Blades move in to get a kill. One Twin Blade is answered back in response, but all 5 cryocopters survive. The Vindicator dies on exit. The Bullfrogs pick up the kill for that one. Twin Blades able to do something to cut down the Harvesters, but killing the economy of an Allied player who has 5 cryocopters and Athena cannons. Killing the economy doesn't win you the game straight up. You still have to deal with this army. And if the Allied player is able to be efficient, walls coming in, multi-gunner turrets to delay, and let the Athena cannons and the cryocopters be efficient. That is what they are good at. Efficiency is the name of the game with this Allied army. Twin Blades move in. Aegis Shield too late. The bear, no, it's conscript, gets dropped on the army. And okay, dealing with the Athena cannons, yes, that is definitely a way to get the win. And now the Tesla coil is done. Actually, it's stuck at 99%. It was for a moment there. Refinery has been rebuilt. Reactor is there as well. And yeah, this building will eventually be eliminated by the Soviet player. Cryocopters moving back out. And I mean, this is one way to just absorb the damage of your, or the advantage of your opponent, is if you can just keep repeatedly freezing down their refineries and then just forcing them to rebuild that same refinery again and again and again. But now that the Tesla coil has cleared this space out, a refiner should be coming up from the Soviet player, and that would give him a very nice 6 refineries. He's got 6 harvesters already, but I don't think that's... I think he's got an extra harvester somewhere else. Okay, it does go down to 5. But it is Athena cannons back out on the field. DDF If he pulls this off just right, he might be able to still pull this game out, as the IFVs actually get quite a few kills here. Another Athena cannon goes down, but the Twin Blades pay a heavy price for it. Multi-gunner turret. I didn't even see that multi-gunner turret over there getting damage done, but the Tesla coil will deal with it eventually. Cryoblast going to be firing off. Hammer tanks looking to dodge that. They're hoping to deal with these IFVs once and for all. Guardians move into position, and it's up to the cryocopters to find the advantage. Shrink comes in, but it's going to be Satellites answered back. On top of who? On top of everyone, I guess, as a cryocopter goes down, and the Toxins missing everything, trying to force the army to disengage, but 4 out of the 5 cryocopters survive the fight. However, it looks like about 11 out of the 12 hammer tanks also survived the fight, so it's not over yet as Harlen steps down onto the low ground. Conscripts, flak troopers, terror drone, hammer tank, bullfrog. It's a classic Soviet army. Javelin soldiers are here. Delay and push out the game. Be efficient is the name of the game for the Allied player as the roar comes in. The jabs go down. The hammers trade back with those Guardians one by one, leeching their guns away and turning them to the side of the motherland. Soviets moving forward, Twin Blades, conscripts, and a whole lot of flak troopers. That's the doom of the Allies, as Harlen is not letting the engagement go long, stretch out. He's not letting the Allied player be efficient, play at range with Athena cannons and cryocopters, and the GG will come out. Harlen picks up his second game and once again ties up the score here on Battle Base Beta. And the tie will be broken here on Fire Island. And maybe he's feeling very happy about choosing Fire Island and getting allies. This is DDF. In the south, looking to keep the momentum going. Give it up for Harlen. Harlen versus DDF, and you can't ask for a better scoreline. Perfectly tied up. That's what you want to see. It would be like, it's always such a shame when you've got a monumental matchup. 2 legends in the game. DDF, who's been a top 5 player for 6 years at least, and Harlen, who heading into this tournament, some people were saying was the best player in the world at the time, and has been playing very well in 2026. I'm not sure how long Harlen has been playing in the game, but he's been around for at least a little while. And then sometimes, you know, in these 1v1 games, you can just have a little bit go wrong, and then just it ends up being a slam dunk for one of the players, and it's like, oh, ugh, that was supposed to be like this amazing match as the Vindicator goes down. TDF is not going to be liking that one. But you're like, oh man, that was supposed to be like this amazing match of these 2 legends, and then it just was a 4-0. But in this case, we've got ourselves quite a series. The first cryocopter, once again, this is the same thing. Not exactly. This is very similar to that last game, where the MCV, okay, this is nothing like that last game. That MCV is not moving forward for a nice, friendly expansion. This is Fire Island after all. He actually could be going for an expansion. There is nothing that stops an allied MCV from going for an expansion while also turret pushing, but it's just one cryocopter. There aren't any more cryocopters coming out just yet. There are, however, couple of bears roaming around the place. No barracks, no war factory, no naval yard, no production for the Allies. Super Reactor was a little bit late because it was Super Reactor after the MCV move. If Harlen had gone for a Super Reactor before the MCV move, he would have had the Tier 2 up quite a bit sooner. He could have potentially even seen this MCV on the way and then decided to stop his MCV early and go for a faster airfield. But in this case, he clearly was expecting there to be some kind of a normal game here on Fire Island, as the conscripts are going to try and hunt down that engineer terror drone also looking to hunt down that engineer. That's 500 bucks just sitting on the ground, ready to be targeted down, but the cryocopter will help that engineer make it safe into the oil derrick, or will he? As the bear has escaped notice, and Harlen is going to be able to pick up a sneaky kill. No, just in time. The bear gets the lockdown, the roar comes through, but so does the freeze. As the MCV backs up, the multi-gunner turret scaring away the MCV of the Soviet player, and no way. Oil derrick gets captured. Cryocopter is about to die. The MiG, he's trying to get inside of the MiG's range of fire. He does it. DDF actually saves that cryocopter. Bullfrogs hunting for that Apollo. The MiG goes down and the Apollos run for it. Run, run, run. As the Bullfrogs not able to get the kill. So great to see players actually go for the play like that. Both players trying to get everything they could out of that exchange. You brought a cryocopter, I brought a MiG. You brought an Apollo and you're juking with your cryocopter to stop my MiG from firing. I brought a Bullfrog. You brought a Bullfrog, well, I'm going to run away, and then you're going to chase with your MiG, and then the Apollos come back, and the Bullfrog's looking to defend against these twin blades, or defend these twin blades against these Apollos, and one Apollo finally going down. Finally, Harlen has gotten his kill. He's been hunting those Apollos for a good minute, and he finally knocked one down. Refinery up and running, and this is the thing with the Allied MCV there. He just forced his opponent back. He disrupted Harlen's gameplay, and he took the other oil derrick as well, and then he just backs off. He backed all the way up to the typical spot that you would go. This was just a disruption play, and maybe it was a disruption play because he wasn't able to get an advantage, and if he had been able to get some key advantage, if Harlen had made a misstep, then DDF would have turned it into a full-on endgame turret push. But from what's happened so far, DDF just stepped forward, put pressure on Harlen, caused Harlen to overreact and back up, and now he's just backing up himself, and he's like, no, actually, I wanted 4 refineries. I wanted to go big macro game. And then Harlen is here ready to answer with that terror drone moving over before that refinery even existed. And because this has been such a slim build, never mind, there's a war factory right there. But because it's such a slim build, there isn't a lot of production. There's more economy than there is production facilities on this map. And one of the production facilities is a barracks on your opponent's side of the map. So DDF does not have some kind of vast infrastructure system that is all set up. He is just barely getting there now, but he's got his 4 refineries underneath him. He's got his double oil derrick underneath him. He has delayed his opponent's 4th refinery by 2.5 minutes. And that was actually supposed to be potentially his 3rd refinery. He had to reposition his MCV for his 3rd refinery. DDF playing quite well, quite controlled here in game number 5. And the double cryocopter freeze coming in. Vindicator, where is it? No one is nearby, so no kill. Hammer tank thaws out, and there goes that oil derrick. Playing at max range. Cryocopter's literally just being annoying. DDF had no units nearby that could take advantage of any of those shrinks or freezes, but he did it anyways. He was just trying to annoy his opponent effectively. He's not doing anything permanent damage. He's not doing any kind of permanent damage with that. But it does sort of disrupt your opponent and, force them back a little bit. And now Harlen is going to be looking for that 5th refinery. He has been trailing a bit on the income front. We've got ourselves a nice Harlen advantage for about 4 minutes, and then DDF takes it over. Cryocopters moving forward, and again, 4 or 5 cryocopters. This can be so incredibly effective if the fight is extended a little bit, because they can get so much uptime to freeze units, to freeze buildings, even as the toxins are going to be coming in. No, it's going to be a satellite drop on this allied force. Cryocopter going to be going down. Did DDF just give away his advantage? Bears come in. A great roar goes off. It knocks down a couple of peacekeepers, but that satellite drop did not do enough. It might have bought Harlen a 5th refinery, though. Guardian Tank's going to be moving forward. Shrink comes in, but Harlen is on the retreat. This is a lot of Guardian Tanks. Way more Guardian Tanks than you would typically see at this point in the game. And DDF he doesn't push forward anymore. Harlen has bought himself a 5th refinery, but DDF is looking to do that as well as his harvester starts moving out to the top left-hand corner of the map. Guardian tanks moving forward. Javelins are here. They don't manage to laser lock that refinery. They were looking for the angle, but it gets blocked off by the barracks. Hammer tanks here on the front line. Guardian tanks pushing forward. The shrink comes through once again. Cryocopter is still very effective, but there are twin blades here as well. If he can clear out the cryos, the twin blades can clear the ground. Javelin soldiers in too high of number for these twin blades to safely engage, and the Guardian tanks looking to tear down this base. Harlen still has a decent amount of army, but he just can't find the angle. The cryocopters are stopping him from finding a good engagement as the refinery goes down and the javelins tearing down these buildings. A huge roar comes off, landing on a couple of these peacekeepers, but the shrinks come through again. These hammer tanks rolling over the jabs finally, but Harlen has lost so much. DDF loses pretty much all of his army. Both players, heavy losses on both sides. Even these peacekeepers picking up a couple of kills at the end there. The cryocopters back off, and this is a lot of Guardian tanks still on the field. Peacekeepers coming out as well, and this was supposed to be an expansion. That was a mistake by DDF. Harlen realizes that, and he's like, wait, do you have a refinery up there? And he goes and checks. Terror drone finds nothing. He might be able to sneak into one of these refineries. Sometimes players don't cross their T's and dot their I's. They don't do everything they should. And as a result, I would be very careful about moving through this choke point versus an allied player with a ton of cryo weaponry. But as a result, sometimes the terror drones are able to sneak through. In this case, nope. Terror drone does back off, comes back here. And yeah, the 5th base, the 5th refinery for Harlen, paying off big. He lost this refinery, but as you can see, even though he lost and rebuilt an entire refinery, Harlen is still keeping up with the economy of DDF, even passing DDF's economy a little bit there in terms of income per minute. Now, in total resources gathered, it is still... Oh, the spy gets denied! The sell-off comes through, but that is worth it for the allied player. That spy is going to be forcing this MCV even to pack up as the terror drone will come in, and there goes the spy, kills it off. And that would have been, well, he does deny the spy the action, so the refinery gets sold off. At least he gets the cash back. That's sort of the only thing you could say about that. But, yeah, that is a tough one for the Soviet player, just selling off that refinery. He's at least got a decent amount of value for it. Multi-gunner turret is here to defend this harvester, and of course the war factory is also quite close. So even though there isn't an enable yard for the instant repair of a terror drone, there is a war factory very nearby. Oil derrick finally going down. Nearly 12 minutes into the game, and DDF finally lost that as Harlen is looking for those bits and pieces, those advantages that he can find. A power plant out on the water could be one of them. Many allied players will stick that power plant out on the water. Satellite drop going to be coming in. Okay, it's just on the power plant. Forces the sell-off there. MiGs kind of getting caught out. The Apollo's getting blasted also. And that looks like it was the Tier 2 satellite drop. So he could have tried to drop it on something a little bit more valuable than a single power plant. But, you know, you get a little bit of value as you slow down the build of your opponent. Because DDF was already going for that refinery, he did not stop the refinery, and cryo shot firing off. Shrink ray comes through. It actually does kind of help the bullfrogs escape, and who's going to kill off the bullfrogs? They are here. They are frozen. They are stuck in place, but what now as the IFVs... Oh, 3rd bullfrog for free! Don't mind if I do! As... what is the plan here? Either one of these players. Is there a Vindicator on the field? There's not a... not a Vindicator to come kill these units? What is he going to do? Just freeze these guys forever? As the Cryocopter's now getting blasted by Bullfrogs from 2 different angles. IFE is going to be looking for an engagement here, and the 2 Bullfrogs going down sort of for free, but the Terror Drone is going to be locking down an IFE, stopping that guy from escaping. Guardian Tank's trying to get out of here. An Assault Destroyer as well. The Twin Blades swing in. They pick up a bit of damage as well, and now the Guardian Tank's looking to re-engage that their friend, the Assault Destroyer, is online. Black Hole Armor absorbing the damage, but the Terror Drone still finds 2 as he infects one after the other. Both players floating 5 grand in the bank as their armies clash and destroy each other. The Terror Drones are the hero of the Soviet force, and another Soviet hammer tank picks up a double barrel and a hero badge. 2 heroic tanks, 1 on each side, a hero guardian and a hero hammer, as the hammer tanks roll forward those terror drones, causing terror in the lines of the Allied army. Now he's up 10k of army supply as the cryocopters get blasted, and Harlen is looking to end DDF's game here on Fire Island. You may have gotten allies on Fire Island, you may have won the early game, but will you win the late game? The hammer tanks not able to actually finish off these Guardians. Engineer goes down. Twin Blades picking up a couple of extra kills. The Harvester has gone down. Cryo shot, Cryo blast firing off. All of the tanks do manage to dodge it. Can they get trapped against the wall here? One goes down and the Shrinks come in, but they're just helping them escape. The Terror Drone not able to get a kill that time, as the rest of the hammer tanks have moved forward. Another Harvester going down. Harlen up double the army value of his opponent. Cryocopters moving over. Apollo's looking for the kill, looking to shut down those Twin Blades. These Cryocopters have not been able to actually kill off these units. There are too many hammer tanks for the Shrink Rays to keep them all down. Akula Sub going to slowly get the kill on that Assault Destroyer, and the attack just doesn't stop as the hammer tanks have reformed their front line, and there just seems to be nothing that DDF can do at this point. He has not gotten the critical kills that he's been looking for, but at least he's going to be able to pick up a couple of kills on these Twin Blades. The Apollos sacrificing themselves, and if they would have gotten all the Twin Blades, maybe it would have been worth it, but they didn't even clean them out. The Bullfrogs get frozen, but the Guardian tanks are going to pay the price as they go down, locked in place by the Terror Drones. Once again, the GG comes out, and Harlen will pick up his 3rd win in this series. Fire Island belongs to the Soviets. Game 6 takes us to Industrial Strength. In the north, rocking the green, this is Harlen. Up 3-2 in the series. And in the south, drawing allies. This is DDF. Gets himself an oil derrick there in the north. DDF drawing allies 2 games in a row here with the random selection and the industrial strength map selection. Could have ended up in a Soviet mirror matchup here on Industrial Strength, which, given these 2 players, probably would have been a pretty epic match. But we do have the possibility of a cryo rush here from the Allied player. The walls have not finished up, and he did open barracks, so he's not going completely. He opened barracks and 2 refineries, so yeah, it is going to be a cryocopter at least here on Industrial Strength. Obviously, Cryo Rush can be quite powerful because you can wall off your main base and then cross the map. And okay, he cancels the whole wall segment, so he is not looking at sealing off this base. He is fine with his MCV taking that exit. And now the oil derrick will end up going down, and only 1 oil derrick has been captured so far. Harlen is kind of delaying his own oil derrick capture, which is kind of interesting. He may have lost an engineer very early on there, but this tier 2 MCV, he's got the early cryocopter. He's going for that early cryocopter harass. And Harlen, is he going to be ready for it? He's got 3 bullfrogs out on the map. He's got a third refinery up and running. Super reactor on the way. And the Vindicator swings on through, looking around. But the cryocopter hasn't committed in for any kind of freezing attack just yet. And he just backs off. It might actually be a full, like, let's just macro. That was a cryocopter opener. That wasn't a cryocopter rush in the sense of rushing the attack. He did get a cryocopter much faster than you ordinarily would, but he is not doing anything too aggressive with it, and there's an opportunity to grab an additional oil derrick here for the allied player. Get both of the oil derrick cash backs, perhaps. And the Vindicator swooping on over. Vindicator will pass by the terror drone, and this is just a full scout from the Vindicator. I mean, you might as well drop your bombs on something, but that is not a commitment to an attack. Both players, again, just kind of handshaking the first couple of minutes of the game. We are 4 minutes. Both players have their tier 2, have their third refineries. Adding on airfield, it's going to be the naval yard on the other side. Things are just kind of calm and normal, and you know, anything you might expect. The terror drone was not able to get the infect on that harvester, so the harvester will turn into a command hub. But there we go. The expansions potentially on the way for the 4th and 5th refinery for DDF. Harlen starting to take over more and more of these buildings. Will eventually get the kill on that oil derrick, it seems. And the MiG skates on over, finds a random cryocopter that was here to freeze down that terror drone. And that MiG getting some big kills off the cryocopter. That one's free. The harvester gets infected. And now the MiG going to be going for the Vindicator as well, because of course, why would you not? DDF is not going to be happy with that, and he has no way to kill this. He has no way to save that harvester. The terror drone is just going to get the kill, and there isn't anything he could do about that. The Dolphin a little bit too late. Now going to get the kill on the terror drone. Will at least knock that down, and the harvester can be restarted. It's already 75% of the way done. Oil derrick will end up going down, and the economy of DDF is now being matched by Harlen. His 4th refinery may be a little bit later than his opponents. He may not have had those oil derricks, but he also did get that harvester kill also. So oil derricks all gone. The refineries are of the only importance here. In terms of the economy, it's refineries or it is nothing at all. Hammer tanks starting to leech down that multi-gunner turret, and it feels like Harlen is just swallowing the map as DDF is getting pushed into a smaller and smaller area. But at least he's got the multi-gunner turret. He's got this expansion over here. And he does need to get an assault destroyer or something out. He sold off his naval yard. He might be rebuilding his naval yard over here. Wouldn't be a bad idea to throw a naval yard out in that direction. Maybe get another airfield for more Apollos, or he needs to go a big ground army with a barracks and a war factory together. Twin Blade's going to be backing off, but I mean, the economy graph, it was quite even for a while, but I feel like it is going to be shifting more and more onto the Harlen side with this 5 refinery setup. A bit faster for Harlen than it was for DDF. MiG's going down, or Apollo goes down. The MiG's hunting for the kill, but I think the Bullfrogs are the ones who actually got it. I kind of can't believe that DDF has been able to stay actually a little bit ahead on the eco this entire time, just like slightly. I thought with the harvester kill and with the faster 5th refinery that Harlen would be able to take it back, but he is trailing by just $1,000 in terms of total resources gathered. So in terms of how much money they actually have to play with, it is very, very close overall. A lot of conscripts out on the field for the Soviet player. Toxins come in. Don't do a whole lot, but another harvester getting forced off the line. 30 seconds of lost mining time or so for the allied player. And I was like, what is this engineer for? Having completely forgotten about the garage on the top of the hill. And that will be grabbed by Harlen. Repairs for his land units. Extremely nice for anyone, but especially for the Soviet players. Bullfrog's going to be able to heal up. Any Vindicators that try to go for them will have a harder time. Any Cryocopters will also, you know, have a little bit more health bar to contend with. Cryocopters care about that a little bit less, but Hammer Tank's starting to move forward. And what is DDF's plan? Because last time he had a good number of Cryocopters, but he wasn't able to actually get the kills. The Guardian Tanks did well in some of the exchanges, but he was lacking that extra bit of damage to really make things stick. There were so many shrunken down tanks that just managed to survive the whole fight. It's not like the tanks kept getting crushed or blasted by peacekeepers or anything, and that Tesla coil reaches pretty far. The range on that is pretty good. I thought the Dolphin was actually going to be safe, but no, the Dolphin does end up going down, so good for Harlen, bad for DDF, as this is going to be a difficult one to deal with as well. If you can't defend two locations at once, then your base might just be getting its front door broken open, as Harlen is looking to take over more and more of the map, and he is going to be getting shut down here. But I'm not sure how much those units can actually punish the MCV on the other side of the wall. They can stop those base defenses from being constructed, but this has allowed Harlen to reposition over onto the other side, and now as soon as he steps away, Harlen does that. DDF has two big problems to worry about here, and this is how Harlen won Fire Island. Terror drones and hammer tanks working together carefully at the edge of range, not committing into fights when you can't win, and that's where the shrink rate doesn't actually cause too many problems. Tanks dodge the cryo, and is there going to be an answer back? A one-click from the Soviet player? Not yet. Unless he called something in. Guardian Tank's going to be pushing everything back. Tesla coil has finished up, though, and this is something that you cannot ignore. The refinery is going to get exploded as the toxins come in so late, but they find the peacekeepers. The reinforcements get denied. It's up to the Guardian Tanks, and the Terror drone once again will find two more kills, or at least one more kill. It looks like the flak trooper ends up going down. One Apollo gets eliminated. Cryocopter is going to be able to freeze out this Tesla coil, but that's the sell-off of the refinery. The Tesla coil goes down, and the build radius is maintained with, I guess, the MCV and that command hub at the same time. Guardian Tanks, can they move over? Bullfrog's going to be going down, but the Twin Blades can pick up the kill. The Apollos went down in the previous fight, and now Harlen finds a weakness in DDF's army. Twin Blades getting some big damage done, but the Apollos did return. The refinery goes down, and Harlen is carving out a bigger and bigger eco advantage. He's still up big in the army supply as well, and the Bullfrogs are doing a great job of keeping those Cryocopters away. Cryocopters can't freeze everything if they're too far away to have any effect, as Harlen is targeting down the war factory, swallowing the map, and looking to swallow this series as well. Cryocopter goes down. Guardian Tanks pushing forward. They've got the repair, but so do the Soviet units. Terror drone shows up. Another Guardian Tank going to be locked down. Hammer Tanks on the edge of range there. There's so many hammers. One shrink isn't enough. Another Cryocopter goes down. The Bullfrogs will not be stopped, and the Twin Blades show up, but this time there's IFVs to push them away as the Hammer Tanks get knocked down. DDF has cleared out Harlen. The reinforcements coming in. If only there were Cryocopters now. The war factory has survived, and one Cryocopter is back out on the field. Harlen is just refueling for round two. The Apollo's finding an engagement. Harlen on the edge of death there with that engage. If he would have lost those Twin Blades, that would have been another piece of his army cleaned out. Bullfrog's getting massive damage onto that Cryocopter, and the Cryo shot fires off, but DDF isn't able to get any value from it. He's still down on economy. Terror drone trapping another of these Guardian tanks. That eco graph is a big, scary green wall. Green for money, green for the leech beam, and green for Harlen. The leech beam terror drone is so incredibly effective in the hands of the right player, and Harlen is that player. War Factory sold off. Little bit by little bit, the advantages are stacking one upon another. The economy, the army, the unit comp, the handling of the engagements, and now the DDF. He's got one big fight left in him. Twin blades go down. Bear comes in with the roar. The shrunken down tanks can't get blasted by peacekeepers if the peacekeepers are all dead, but there's 4 cryocopters here. They need to freeze and shrink for their life because there are not a lot of units left on the ground. These hammer tanks are going to have to be frozen down and broken into tiny pieces for the allied player to take the win here. As the dogs come forward, the barks lock down some of these bears, but that's not enough. You got to stop the tanks as well, as the leech beam will clean up some of these buildings. MiG's trying to hunt those cryocopters, and DDF is just running for the hills. His base being torn asunder by the twin blades. His army on the run, looking for some exit, but where can you exit when there's Soviet units everywhere? MiG's on one side, and a triple kill on the cryocopters as the hammer tanks bring down the hammer, and DDF gets knocked out of Gathering Storm as Harlen will advance into the next round, and the GG comes out. Harlen picks up his 4th win and gets the series win on Industrial Strength. DDF, an amazing tournament run all throughout the qualifiers, but he couldn't quite do it here in playoffs. He will still take home $50 as his prize exiting the tournament here. But of course, we have another series to get to. That'll send us to Temple Prime Reloaded, a fresh best of second best of 7 out of 4 for this video. Kicking it off on the right side as the Cyan Empire. Give it up for Zugspitze. Will he build his namesake, the Green Allies? Give a cheer for MirageTank. Maybe it's better if MirageTank doesn't build Mirage tanks, because I feel like he has a bad history on the games where we actually see him build a literal Mirage tank. It just doesn't quite work out for him. Meanwhile, Zugspitze also coming in off of, a highly expected player, a player that I was expecting to do quite well, considering that we have seen him win entire tournaments in the past. He's won tournaments without dropping very many games, and now he's here in the lower bracket. He was in the lower bracket of his qualifier over on Battle.net. He dropped down, where I think 32 Oil Derricks beat Classic Noob, and then he beat 32 Oil Derricks to qualify. But then he ended up losing to Harlen in that seeding match. And so Zugspitze, he came in as the 4th seed from Battle.net, and now he's here versus the 2nd seed of Battle.net in an elimination match here in the lower bracket, the first round of the lower bracket for Gathering Storm. 3rd refinery on the way, it looks like, from MirageTank. He has gone for that airfield. He has walled it in completely, so there is no way for, Empire units to jump in there. He didn't go for any kind of blow up the buildings build, where you just blow up the garrisonable structures inside of your own base, but with all of his walls, he really doesn't need to. He's got enough walls that the Imperial Warriors themselves are not going to be able to find any damage. Extra walls here from Zugspitze just to block off that refinery location. Tengu's going to be fighting with the Apollos. Good control there by MirageTank, and Zugspitze does not pursue, so he loses 1 Tengu, Sometimes players will try to re-engage with the Apollos as they are landing. Zugspitze did not choose. He chose not to do that. He opted against it. Now he's moving back out. This is a bit of a curious choice. That Tengu really needs to go back for repair. He's going to die instantly if there is any kind of a scuffle with the Apollos, but he is hoping to use it as a bit of a kamikaze fighter as he drops it down there in to fight that Harvester. And this time the Tengus, they are not fighting a fair fight. They've got the numbers advantage, but they're up against a Javelin soldier on the ground. And this Harvester, he almost gets, that Tengu almost gets a kill, so what do I know? Because Zugspitze gets maximum value out of essentially 0 health bar there. But there are Imperial Warriors looking to hunt these walls that are missing. They're like, we think we can get a kill as the Vindicators will come out to defend their Harvester. There's also a Peacekeeper there, so if things got dicey, the Peacekeeper could come over to fight those Imperial Warriors. Apollos, excuse me, looking around on the north side of the map, hunting for any kind of Tengus. If the Tengu numbers get out of control, then in about 1 to 2 minutes when we have point defense drones on the field, assuming the MCV is still around, when we have point defense drones on the field, then once again these Apollos are going to have to find really good fights to be able to make it happen. Javelin soldier in the walls, safe from any sneaky Imperial Warriors that are trying to get in here. Another dojo core ends up going down. Zugspitze not interested in a third refinery, but is interested in keeping his MCV for now. I do kind of expect that we're going to see the old one round of multi-gunner turrets, one round of point defense drones, and then to sell the MCV. But no, he's moving it a little bit. He might be repositioning for a better angle on a potential expansion. And the refineries all set up here nicely from the allied player. 4 refineries on the MirageTank side. Not so much on the Zugspitze side. He's moving his MCV up to the high ground, which maybe he will take this 3rd refinery and then use this as his new base of operations. Dog, that is a real dog moving through for the scout. We'll get a confirmation scout, so you can see MirageTank is thinking that there might be a sneaky expansion up here. He's probably wondering why Zugspitze hasn't been poking and prodding onto the left side of the map, because this is an Empire player who should be going for some harassment, but isn't. And that is always a little bit suspicious to an allied player. And it looks like so far with the double airfield, it is 5 Apollos and 3 Vindicators. So a decent number of bombs can be dropped, but the Apollos will eventually get outmatched, especially now that point defense drones are on the field, by the Strikers and the Tengus. Will he go for a 3rd airfield? I would not be surprised at all if MirageTank went for a 3rd airfield. He is going tier 2, so Cryocopters, Assault Destroyer, all potentially on the menu. Spy as well, if he wants to go the Vindies route. Vindies as in the player, not the unit. And the Tengu is going to drop down. They will be able to get a kill on a random Javelin soldier that was trying to take refuge in that temple on the hill. And instead the building will get broken down, knocked down, and eliminated. Crow shot comes in. Easy kill for the allied player. Even knocks down the wall. In case, is he going to come through with some ground units that need a wall broken down? Probably not. But he might. It truly is. He splits his bombs just to kill off that wall. And it's like, there's no terror drones moving in to kill off that Harvester. That's just like if he wants to send a Javelin soldier and a Riptide over there. The wall's already knocked down. He gets the extra kill there. Power plant, refinery, barracks, all coming up here on the high ground. Zugspitze looking to even out that economy, but of course losing this Harvester does make that a little bit more difficult. Naval Yard also going to be added into the mix. But it does feel like, things are looking a certain way in this game. Point defense drones getting chipped away at by those Apollos. And the Tengus moving forward. Striker's going to go for the big transform, get a couple of rockets onto those Apollos, forcing them away. Vindicator swinging through there on the bottom side of the map. What's this Vindicator waiting for exactly? He's hoping that there is a sneaky cryo blast of some kind to come across, some sneaky shot from the sky. And airport, rather, the tech airport picked up by the Empire player. A nice little sneaky move there. I did not notice that at all by Zugspitze. But MirageTank moving out. He's 2k per minute over his opponent. That is, he's up 12k more in total resources gathered. They are not as far away on total army supply as you might think, but a lot of this does depend on how this fight will go. No slice and dice from the Imperial Warriors just yet. The Empire Army is going to be backing off. They got their Harvester. No, they didn't actually get the Harvester kill, but they are going to be backing off regardless. And there's the Javelin soldiers getting cleaned up. A couple of Peacekeepers brought along as well. But the barracks has gone down. The Harvester going to be forced off the line. The Assault Destroyers going in for the crush. And the Javelins will eventually go down as the Assault Destroyer Black Hole armor disappears. Chopper VX is getting a bunch of free damage onto the Vindicators as this other... Another Assault Destroyer taking so much damage from the Peacekeeper, which was just completely safe with 80 Tankus shooting at it. But the freeze coming in, 2 Cryocopters plus a Cryo Blast as the sell-off tries to come through there. But it kind of doesn't matter. A Tier 2 Mecha Bay has been eliminated. That is a huge reset on the army of the Empire player. He does still have quite an army out on the field. If these units get into a really good position, if they're able to take a good fight, Zugspitze could still win this game. But over the course of the next couple of minutes, it's going to be a bit harder as he is spending a lot of cash rebuilding that Mecha Bay, and he's spending a lot of time waiting for it to come back online. It will take him a while to get that Tier 2 back up and running as well. Cryocopter going to be getting hunted down. The Apollos, though, chasing the Tengus into the corner of the map, and now the multi-gunner turret can still get some damage done. And the Cryocopters, they didn't die, but they want revenge as the Tengus get frozen, locked down, shut down, and sent to the bottom of the ocean. It's up to the Tsunami Tanks and the VXs because the Tengus are pretty much all dead. Zugspitze getting pushed away here. MirageTank, slow and steady, wins the race is what it seems. Triple airfield, Tier 2 naval yard, plus a barracks, 5 refineries, a big wall of money. And that is how you win the game. It's as easy as that. They were much closer in army. For a minute there, it was like 20-something K versus 20K. There was a brief moment where Zugspitze was actually looking okay, but he just lost a lot in Tengus, and he didn't really get anything for it. This is a lot of Apollos, though, so again, as I always bring up, sometimes that army value isn't the same on both sides. There's so many Apollos. I feel like he was at, I don't know, he was at 5 before, and then he added another airfield. Does he have a 4th airfield somewhere? Assault Destroyer going to be dealing with these Yari mini-subs. Another cryo shot coming through. No, it's just the cryocopters getting the freeze. The Apollo's taking a couple of shots there as the Yari mini-sub will sacrifice itself to kill off that Assault Destroyer. And this Harvester going to run for the hills. There's no one here to defend the water. The Yari mini-sub may actually have to sacrifice itself. No, the Black Hole armor is going the wrong way. Goodbye to the Harvester as the multi-gunner turret will get a couple of shots off there against that Yari mini-sub. And I feel like at this point, MirageTank has noticed that the airfield, the airport, has been taken over by the Empire player, so you might as well deal with it. Assault Destroyer going to chase away those Yaris. 3 Assault Destroyers on the high ground. Tsunami Tanks don't want to just fight them by themselves. You want the full support of the Empire Army to do this. Point defense drones just got disapplied, and there we go. The Cryo Blast coming through, freezing down those tank busters. The assault destroyers moving forward. This is not all of the army value for the allied player all in one place, but the black hole armor is doing a lot. As one assault destroyer goes down, a second gets eliminated, but he takes a VX and a tsunami with them as they go out. Cryocopters get chased away, and the last assault destroyer kind of just getting left to the wolves there. Another harvester going down. Vindicator bomb's not fast enough. The freeze thaws out, and the assault destroyer goes down back home. Zugspitze actually finding a couple of good engagements here. Might just have to sell off this refinery because it's not as easy to defend out there on the water. Random power plant getting knocked down. Yari mini-sub sacrifices itself. 2 more cryocopters going to be pulled back to defend that location, but it is so many dead harvesters on the Empire side. Eventually, this Vindicator is going to run out of bombs. They don't have an infinite number of bombs. The assault destroyer cleans up the Yari mini-sub. A couple of dolphins going to be heading over to knock down that refinery. Don't rebuild the harvester unless you can defend it. And good, he hasn't even started. So I guess there's some kind of a luck to that as the Apollos shred those Tengus. Any fight for the air is just instantly won by the allied player, who has maybe gone 10 or 11 Apollos. I'm not sure how many Vindicators he has somewhere out on the map, but it might actually be 3 airfields and 11 Apollos, as the Tsunami Tank will get shrunken down. But that Tsunami Tank got a couple of crushes on Javelin soldiers and then managed to escape. So the shrink down by itself, not a huge deal to worry about. Yari Minisub gets another kill on a Harvester. You'd love to get a kill on a Harvester without sacrificing the Yari Minisub, but if you must, you must. If I die, I die, and that is the Yari Mini-Sub's life motto. But a second Yari Mini-Sub now going to be showing up. The Assault Destroyer on Black Hole Armor mode, so won't be able to deal with that Yari just yet. Cryocopters moving over. Apollos are here as well. That is so much value flying through the air, but can it actually do anything to win the game? A power plant being targeted down. Assault Destroyers here on the front. 3 of them. This is going to be difficult to punch through for the Empire player. Cryo get in, freezes the ground. Cryocopters ready to move in. That's going to be a frozen down MCV. War Factory Refinery. This is going to force the hand of the Empire player into one big final fight. Tsunami Tanks moving forward. Assault Destroyers going for the crush, and the Tsunami Tanks rolling right into the treads of those Assault Destroyers. Surrounded, destroyed, and locked in the ground 6 feet under, and put them in the body bags as the GG comes out, and Zugspitze taps out of game number 1. MirageTank picks up the win with the big macro game on Temple Prime Reloaded. And that'll send us to Deep Sea. A nice blue map here on the battle base in the north. Blame the cyan. This is Zugspitze. He must be feeling all at home. Playing Empire on a battle base. Themed blue on a blue map. Meanwhile, going for the airfield first. Once again, this is MirageTank. Feeling good after that big macro win for game number 1. Always got to be feeling good opening up a series with a win. Even though it is a best of 7, it's a little bit of a longer series. You only need 4 wins and you're 1 step closer. You know, best of 9, best of 11, that first game, it really can be bounced back from. Best of 3, that first game can mean quite a lot. Best of 7's sort of right there in the middle. You definitely don't want to give too many away, but you can drop 2 games without feeling too much pressure. And we'll see if Zugspitze is able to bring things back. 3rd refinery up nice and early. So he says, okay, you want to go for the macro game? You want to go for the big plays? We can do that. He blocks off his opponent's 3rd refinery, which does kind of not force, but it does make MirageTank go, okay, but why am I going to spend all the time clearing out these walls and trying to take a 3rd refinery when I know that you've gone for a super fast 3rd and you have quite a delayed mecha bay? Your Tengus, your VXs, they're all going to be very late out onto the field. I feel like when you're doing this as Empire, it is nice to have an extra barracks because you will just need the firepower. But in this case, the barracks have pretty much all been on the Allied side of the map, which means none of them are left. There are no barracks left standing for the Empire player. And now the MCV is either going to crash into some walls or he's about to set up camp here. I think he is trying to crash into the walls, but it's just not working as the MCV doesn't actually manage to knock them down. Okay, there's the dojo up and running. Power plant going to be eliminated immediately. And you at least know that there is no cryocopters on the way. This harvester just really wants to just harvest away. But this MCV is crashing all the walls. He doesn't have anything else on the ground. All of his other units are aircraft. I thought he was gonna turret push, but he's just running over walls with his MCV. Okay, now he's gonna give up on that. The harvester's gonna get back to work. I thought it was gonna be like Vindicators plus turrets, and it's just MCV tried to run over walls plus aircraft that are constantly refueling. Right into tier 2 for the Empire player. He's gone chopper VXs, but this is 5 Vindicators. Wow, that's a lot of bombs. Dropping on that harvester. Harvester does have to get rebuilt. That harvester really hasn't been harvesting very much, purely because that MCV was kind of keeping that harvester caged for a little bit, locked in place. And now the harvester is going to be rebuilt, but the Vindicators can actually just bomb out harvesters constantly. By the time the harvester actually gets rebuilt, the Vindicators have refueled, rearmed, and they're ready to go. They're actually starting to drop their bombs just on targets anywhere. Striker VXs pick up a kill. Apollo and a Vindicator going to be going down here, and they're going to get another Vindicator if he sticks around too long. That's actually kind of fine. You have to rebuild the harvester, sure, but you just picked up 3,400 of aircraft as a payment for that harvester going down. Now, if they kill the refinery, then the Allied player, then the Empire player isn't feeling too good about that. But for the current moment, Zugspitze has to be pretty happy with how these first couple of minutes have gone. He didn't get turret pushed. His opponent is now returned to the other side of the map, and because he went for these 5 Vindicators right out of the gate, he only had 3 Apollos. So as the Tengu numbers start to grow, there's not going to be an insane amount of Apollos, unless he adds a third. If he adds a third airfield, then okay. But there aren't going to be an insane amount of Apollos to deal with. It's a manageable number of Apollos. Is he going an engineer to try and save this refinery? The Vindicators are looking for an easier target, so they're swooping over by the main base. They will find themselves a harvester. They don't get the extra splash damage. Oh, it actually did survive. Okay, he picks up the kill there. So another harvester going down. Does take quite a while for the Vindicators to refuel, rearm. And there's the engineer healing that refinery back up to full. This MCV, it's taking a decent amount of damage, but it does have a barracks. It does have a multi-gunner turret here to defend it, and another Vindicator goes down. 3 Vindicators traded for 2 harvesters. 3 Vindicators and an Apollo traded for 2 harvesters. Not a bad trade for the Empire player, but here's going to be the cryo shot firing off. Tsunami tanks pushing forward. They get the crush on at least one of the Javelin soldiers, but the Vindicators will move in for the big bombing run, and most of the Vindicators do survive that fight. The Tsunami tanks, most of them do not survive that fight. Engineer comes out, and the classic 6.5 minute oil derrick capture. It's not what you expect, but sometimes that is just what you need. And the strikers, they are ready to drop down onto the ground and unleash a firestorm of rockets onto those Vindicators. MirageTank getting to play a 5-6 refinery game. Was it? I think he had 6 refineries by the end of Temple Prime Reloaded. But here, he is just surviving on 2 and a very late oil derrick capture. It does look like he's eventually going to clear out these walls. He is up against a 4 refinery Empire player. Where's the 4th harvester running around? There he is. He does have a 4th harvester. The overlay doesn't lie. It's it may still have some bugs sometime or other, but it's not lying here with the 4th harvester just driving all over. And now it's like, oh man, what am I gonna do with this extra harvester? As he unloads both. What? That's not how that's supposed to work. You're not supposed to get both loads of ore at once as the Apollos get left out in the open. 2 down for free. That's a great feeling for the Empire player as Zugspitze picks up a couple of kills, and he is going to be able to stack his harvesters, stack his strikers, stack his tsunami tanks, I guess, and stack everything. As the 3rd refinery must be very close to being done. There we go. The classic 8-minute 3rd refinery. Some of these games we've been seeing recently, 4 minutes, 4 refineries. This one, 8 minutes, 3 refineries. Oil derrick at like 6.5 minutes. All of this stuff. 3rd refinery up and running. Are we going to get a 3rd airfield? Because that has worked out very well for a number of allied players. Maybe not so well in this particular version of it. And GG comes out. MirageTank is not going to fight it out to the bitter end. He will tap out as that big army washes upon his brand new shiny 3rd refinery, and Zugspitze picks up a win. No shutout here. We'll move over to Infinity Isle for our next game. And our first tiebreaker featuring the Airfield First Allied Specialist with the name MirageTank. He is a very good allied player. He just plays such an air-focused style in a lot of his games. And meanwhile, rocking the Empire, representing Japan, Germany, and China all in one. This is Zugspitze. I don't remember exactly. I think Zugspitze said that he studies at a German university, or he studied in Germany. I'm not sure if he's still there or not. And I guess he saw the mountains or climbed the mountains or something with the mountains while he was there, and or is still there. I'm not sure. And that's why he ended up choosing the name. And then, of course, he ends up playing the Empire of the Rising Sun and taking a 3rd refinery. Not fastest possible, but still pretty quick. He did go triple or quad dojo opener. He will put a little tiny bit of pressure onto his opponent. And the Vindicators are not going for the Imperial Warriors. Oh, that would have been huge. Moments too late. They split their bombs. They force a sell-off of that power plant. And they do leave these Imperial Warriors to do just that little bit of chip damage to the MCV. As you can see, maybe it's lost 5% of its health. Really not a big deal there. He just stares at him. Stares at him, scare him away. All right, they're not running away by just staring at them, so they'll go run them over. As the 3rd Imperial Warrior joins the fight, barracks will be getting bombed out, but the engineer could actually finish in time. Ooh, he canceled whatever was building there, and if it was an engineer, he may not have time to finish it up now, as there it goes. The Vindicators get the bombing run, and the barracks will fall. A bit unfortunate for Zugspitze, and the dojo did die, but the Mecha Bay has survived. Another dojo will deploy out onto the map, but what else is deploying out onto the map? I mean, this MCV could still reach back there and build a refinery if he wanted, but he's driving a little bit too far now. Double airfield, double refinery, but did not finish the walls off. So MirageTank is low power. Not that it matters too much when you're going double airfield and you don't really have too much production. If your production time's double, it doesn't matter because you're all filled up on aircraft anyways. He is still building something, so I guess it matters a little bit here, as he is going to deploy his MCV, get a little bit closer to the lights being on. And this is a lot of Tengus, but they do have a defender down here on the ground. Vindicators will be able to deal with 2 of the Tengus and the Defender all in one fell swoop. And do we have a replacement Defender here for Zugspitze? We do indeed. And there it is as it emerges. And what is the play here? He does actually go for a power plant. So he does actually want to stabilize his electricity here. I'm not sure what the plan is, but maybe he realized, ooh, if I want a turret push, I shouldn't be building a power plant and a multi-gunner turret at the same time. And he's just going to set up camp in the middle of the map. A 3rd airfield, because why not? You need a couple of more air units if you're going to do this. And we got tier 2 out on the field. A couple of Tengus flying around the map. A couple of Vindicators as well. 4 Vindicators, 4 Apollos coming in for a big bombing run. Goodbye to the Striker. Goodbye to that Defender core, as everybody will make it back home. The Tengus putting a little bit of pressure on this MCV, and the Vindicators will swing back by, get some repairs, and then head for refuel and get a couple of more bombs as well. Another Vindicator goes down. No point defense drones yet from Zugspitze to survive those single target bombing runs. Imperial Warriors putting a bit more damage onto the MCV, and if the Vindicators want to stop those Imperial Warriors, then they are going to have to commit into attacking something other than Strikers, as 2 of the Vindicators end up going down. The Apollo's going to be fighting it out, but there's still 1 VX on the ground. No, just kidding. He dies and is reborn as the Apollos win the fight versus the Tengus, because that's what they were looking for this whole time. The Tengus in the air, forced there by the Vindicators, and Zugspitze loses out on the fight. The air units found the engagement that they have been looking for pretty much this entire time. The Vindicators are matching the numbers of the Strikers, and finally the Strikers have point defense drones, and they've slightly gained enough units that they can outnumber the Vindicators and the Apollos. It has taken 5 minutes and 45 seconds to get there, but another Apollo goes down, and suddenly, okay, Zugspitze with that 1 critical click coming in to play at just the right time, manages to win a couple of the scuffles. He may not be in an amazing position, he may not be where he wants to be, but at least he's got that 3rd refinery working away for him. He has got that eco advantage over his opponent, the oil derrick plus that 3rd refinery. Imagine if he had been able to pick up that other oil derrick as well. He would have been feeling hot, as this harvester is feeling cold, but he avoids the freeze, nearly gets locked in place, but does manage to escape the cryo shot as it, the Apollos need to be careful. The Strikers pick up another kill. The Tango, I think, was trying to bait the Apollos into the fight over top of 5 VXs on the ground. Man, as soon as those point defense drones came in, the VXs could actually hold their own in a fight versus the Vindicators. And MirageTank lost so many air units over the course of the last 2 minutes that he sold off one of his airfields. He's like, I need the cash for this refinery. I want to get a barracks. I want to get an engineer. I'm going to use the $500 from one of these airfields to pay for those things and to get myself back in the game economically. He is down 10K in total resources gathered, but that's a nice point defense drone application. And it feels like after all of this back and forth, both players are still in it. MirageTank won 1 really good fight with his Air Force, but since then, the army has built up and growed, and now it's worth 12 grand. It's a full dozen grand is sitting on the Empire side as he will move around the map. Decent number of Tengus, decent number of Chopper VXs. Can still get caught in the wrong position, though. This is not a 1 game for the Empire player. He is up a bit in army value, but as we've talked about, the transforms will tell us as to whether or not that army value matters very much. Dolphin going to be coming in for a bit of harass. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's going to be Tengu's engaging with the Apollos. They've got point defense drones, so the Tengus actually win that fight this time. The Dolphin might be winning the fight with the Harvester on the other side of the map, but the Tengus are going to win the fight with the Apollos. The help of the VXs, they're the big difference maker, and it's going to be a Harvester for a Harvester, but looking to pick up an airfield as well. Zugspitze commits into the attack, and he's waiting for those transform timers to cool down as his units are kind of trapped on the Allied side of the map for the current moment. Refinery going to be taking a bit of damage, but the Harvester did get eliminated. It's going to be the airfield that pays the ultimate price here as the MCV comes down to the lower ground, and these Apollos moving in for the fight because they might as well do something. Two of the Apollos going down, and the Tengu's backing away from that MCV. This is almost to the point where the Strikers can transform to get off the ground and fly into the sky to maximize their damage output. But the Apollos are just a little bit too scary. Point defense drones get reapplied. That's going to be Emperor's Rage as well. Two of the Strikers into the sky, the others on the ground, and that's a lot of damage on that MCV. The Apollos show up. They're getting shredded on both sides as the Vindicators swing through. It's big damage, but that's a hero VX! As the GG comes out and Zugspitze picks up his second win. MirageTank will tap out on Infinity Isle. And will the momentum keep building here on Snowplow, or will it come to a screeching halt as we tie everything back up from the hands of this man in the north, playing the airfield first? Give it up for MirageTank. And bringing out the quick third refinery for the ultimate win. Playing it out with the big army moves. It's Zugspitze. The Dolphin coming in to blast open that back door, almost being a big problem for the Empire player. But in the end, it kind of all worked out. MirageTank finding that big fight with the aircraft earlier on, but no second big fight with the aircraft where he like really sweeps away the army. He wasn't able to find that second one. Once again, we see these Allied players, sometimes they're just bombing out the oil derricks. Snowplow, typically considered a very Allied favored map. Obviously, it doesn't mean that they always win on this map, but there's okay. We're going to see another third refinery coming out up to the high ground, it looks like, for Zugspitze. But the thing about this map as compared to some of the other ones is... Oh! What was that? That's not worth it. That... I mean, it's really not worth it because the engineer died. What was that from Zugspitze? I guess it's worth it if the engineer is able to heal the oil derrick back up to full, and then if this happens again, okay, and it worked out that time. And then the oil derrick, instead of dying, say at like the 2-minute mark, it survives until like the 10-minute mark, then it's definitely worth it. But I don't know, is it really that much worth it to get like a couple of more bombing runs? I guess it is. This is a pure delay tactic. I guess. I don't know if this actually would have been worth it. It binds so much time. The Vindicators are just spending their time bombing out that oil. Maybe it is worth it. There's only 2 Vindicators right now, and it takes them so long to fly over there, drop their bombs, fly back, refuel, rearm, and it still is alive. So it's going to be 1 more bombing run, and if the bombing run isn't soon enough, then it'll be 2 more bombing runs. And in the meantime, we've gone to tier 2. There's a defender out. There's double VX as well. Triple VX if you count the defender VX. But now there's triple VXs stomping around the map. Vindicators are going to bomb out these oil derricks. I mean, I guess MirageTank is just like, yeah, I went airfield first, but that wasn't to blow stuff up. It was to secure my 4th refinery. Duh. And in this case, MirageTank has actually gone 4 refineries. He is pretty well set up for the mid-game, and I did not see him rushing that tier 2. to try and, you know, get cryocopters out, put a bunch of pressure on the allied player. So maybe this is actually worth it. Maybe the engineer delaying those units from doing anything out on the map was a bigger deal, and now it will be, now that the oil derrick is gone and that the other oil derrick is the only source of income in terms of neutral buildings on the map, maybe that'll be better for Zugspitze. Apollo's coming over to the right side, but the MCV, it did not, I thought the MCV was going to go like super far forward and plant itself right next to that refinery, but no, he deploys a little bit further forward on the other side of the airfields. He can get that multi-gunner turret into a pretty good spot. Bomb drops come in once again. Eventually, these oil derricks will all go down, and then we won't have to talk about them anymore. But for the current moment, I was just fascinated by the double engineer to try and save that oil derrick. He built one, and then he lost it, and then he built another, and he did actually delay anything else happening. But Tengus, they've gotten to a pretty good number. Zugspitze has a decent amount of army, but we still got about 1 minute until those point defense drones come online. So depending on how this goes, there could be a fight with the Apollos where a bunch of Tengus just go down. But both players have kind of survived the early game, so now you shouldn't be losing to just, you know, two or three Apollos killing off 3 Tengus for nothing. You shouldn't be losing to that kind of a thing. And in this case, it's only a few seconds left until point defense drones will be ready for the Empire player. So then the things change once again. MirageTank, in one of his quarterfinals matches up there in the upper bracket, he was just floating like $5,000 in the bank, and then he quit the game. So I think maybe his macro slipped. He made a mistake. He didn't realize, I don't know, what was going on in that series. But he did slip. We were just seeing his macro slipping a bit again, floating up about 3.5k, which is fine because now he's spending it all. So he's gone tier 2, he got a 3rd airfield, he got a naval yard. That money is now being put to good use. But he is down 6k in terms of army supply. So as he finally spends that cash and evens things up, Assault Destroyer, great choice. An efficiency unit, if it works right. If it doesn't work right, then I guess it's just a waste of money. But if everything goes correctly, the Assault Destroyer is a great efficiency unit. Tengu's going to transform, and there's a big bombing run as the cryo shot will fire off as well. Going to catch a couple of tank busters here. Maybe not the Tengus, but one Tengu. Okay, this still didn't actually get frozen. And there is that black hole armor, but it's not quite absorbing the damage. This multi-gunner turret is still taking shots from the tank busters. And there it finally will go down. Black hole armor doesn't last forever, but it looks like the Assault Destroyer down to about half HP. And the front line has been kind of broken, but the Empire Army is also not interested in pushing too much further. And now what was a like 6k army value advantage for the Empire player has now disappeared a little bit. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because a decent chunk of that is Apollos, but the Apollos can keep these units on the ground, and the VXs just aren't as effective on the ground. They do transform into the sky. Point defense drones are going to be wearing off soon, so you only apply them to the units on the ground, and if you're flying in the sky, then there isn't much for you to do up there with the point defense drones. Vindicators come in, trying to clear out a couple of more of these buildings, and a VX ends up getting sniped. The Apollos finding a kill basically for free there, as MirageTank, he has found quite a nice angle with this 4 refinery setup. Even though he never got the oil derricks, he is now outmatching his opponent in terms of economy. He is taking back his economic future from his opponent. As you can see, the shift there from one side to the other. He's now up 1.5k per minute in terms of income, and that will, of course, reflect on the army graph as well. There was a big advantage there 2 minutes ago for the Empire player, and that is disappearing. Cryocopters moving forward. Tengus might actually find them. Black hole armor not able to save them. And the Apollos, Can they bait the Tengus into a fight? There's going to be strikers caught on the ground. That's a Freezy Ray, and a couple of cryocopters get a good angle. The Assault Destroyer goes down, but how many units can be answered back? Great bomb splitting, and the Vindicator does survive. Everyone losing quite a bit as the Assault Destroyers get absolutely clobbered, but so do the VXs. From 5 or 6 VXs down to just 3. He's got a fresh one coming out of the Mecha Bay there, and maybe a Tengu getting cleaned up as well. Mecha Tengus making a good part of the army, but they do not like fighting Apollos when there are this many Apollos. Even when you've got point defense drones and Emperor's Rage, when there's just too many Apollos, sometimes there's just too many Apollos. In this case, I'm not sure if we're quite to that number because he does have a decent number of Vindicators as well. So, well, maybe it's 9 Apollos. Maybe that's the count. As Tengu gets split off to harass that Harvester, great choice there by Zugspitze, as he's going to transform on top of this Assault Destroyer. Peacekeeper getting some good damage done inside of that multi-gunner turret to thin out the tank buster numbers. And the Vindicators coming through, bombing runs successful as he knocks down some of those Empire units, but the front line falls apart. The point defense drones get reapplied, and where's the ground army for the allied player? The multi-gunner turrets are in the wrong spot. 2 of them are just useless there as the Empire army turns around, drives by, and the Apollos shred that striker in the sky. Black hole armor doesn't last forever as the Emperor's Rage gets applied, and the Vindicator goes down as he tries to land. The Empire army will not be stopped. The cryocopters haven't gotten the critical freezes that they need, but now the Assault Destroyer is back out onto the front line. A multi-gunner turret trying to trap this army. Huge crushes coming through. A cryo shot as well as the cryocopters freeze down those units. A Vindicator bombing run comes through, and the Shrink actually does its job this time. The Empire army falls to pieces, and the cryocopters get the final kills. We're all tied up once again as MirageTank will pick up the win on Snowplow, which sends us to Liberation Freeze to break the tie once again. In the north, playing the green allies. This is MirageTank. My gosh, look at that barracks first from that guy. And meanwhile, in the south, almost making us believe in Empire on Snowplow. This is Zugspitze. A tough one to lose, close to victory, but not able to get it across the line. And, I mean, that's great for us because we're all tied up once again. We were at 2-2. And these players all across the board. We had a couple of, we have a couple of 4-1s up there in the upper bracket. But by and large, you cannot deny the overall quality of the games here in Gathering Storm. We've had a couple of not so great series, but by and large, the series have been very good. Very high quality gameplay, all things considered. And now we're headed into another game number 5, all tied up. Only 3 games left in the series. Liberation Freeze will be our next tiebreaker. The dog ends up going down, and I don't think we have a 3rd refinery on the way. I thought I saw a core on the way, moving around, but no, it looks like it's going to be Tengus. And will he go for the tier 2 quickly, or will he keep with the Tengus for the current moment? Apollo's on the hunt, but the Tengus have already left the base, and that is going to be the tier 2. So he goes not straight for the VXs, but he does get himself out a couple of Tengus. And now the MCV on the move. And just to point out once again, this is Liberation Freeze, not Chrysoberyl Garden. So slight variations on those maps. Vindicators coming across. We'll be able to get a nice bombing run, clean out one of the Tengus. The oil derrick has already gone down on the Allied side, so maybe a slight income advantage there for the Empire player. A couple of $100, and it's going to be growing a little bit further as that refinery will finish up for the Allied player actually faster. Third refinery comes online a bit sooner, even though the core did deploy quite quickly up there in the north, and the Empire player can now get his economy back rolling the way that he wants. As I said, slight advantage for the Empire player, and that will continue with the third base, or with the third refinery and the oil derrick as well. Okay, there we go. It was not disappearing for some reason, but there we go. The Tengu is going to be flying back around. A couple of VXs on the field. MCV also packed up, moving away from that main base. A potential fourth refinery could be deployed here. And maybe the MCV is just held here for the build radius. A couple of walls to be deployed. That Apollo very close to death, but does manage to escape. Safe for now. Imperial Warrior running across the map. The sounds of footsteps just constantly running. This prospector may actually be spotted by Mirage, or by Zugspitze's unit inside of that building. I'm not sure if he'll actually notice it, because there is a difference between potentially seeing something on the minimap and actually seeing it on the minimap, as the Vindicators will return to base. But this is a double airfield opener from the Allied player, and now we do have that naval yard as well. But if MirageTank is able to sneak out a couple of refineries up there in the north without Zugspitze noticing, then this could turn into a bit of a defensive game for MirageTank, and Zugspitze won't realize why until the advantage has grown so large that he can't do anything about it. Black Hole Armor does end up getting canceled there, as the Strikers were able to do a little bit of damage to the Apollos, but they mostly managed to escape. No tank buster count out here. It's going to be up to the walls to try and hold off the reinforcements. There are walls coming in kind of from both sides, as the Vindicators fly over the walls quite easily, and the Vindicators take a little bit of damage there, but both of them make it back home. And these assault destroyers were not predicted by Zugspitze. He was not ready for that. This is the sneaky bit for Zugspitze. He needs to identify that MirageTank has gone for that expansion up there. Zugspitze trying to harass, but MirageTank, it is now a bit of a mirage that he needs to pull off versus his opponent. He needs to keep his opponent focused on this side of the map. He needs to keep Zugspitze distracted and not noticing the expansion up there. An extra barracks comes in. The Allied player moving forward. Black Hole Armor might be activated here to give this assault destroyer a bit more health. Buy some time. Both players, no huge armies just yet. And the Empire player has not been running away with the economy. He has been up a little bit in terms of economy because of the oil derrick. And now this refinery going down will hurt a little bit for the Allied player, but not that much, now that it is 4 working refineries versus those 3. And then this expansion up top can be taken with this prospector. And does Zugspitze suspect? He is sending the Tengus on the north side, but he does not suspect. He is not sending them all the way up, which does mean I think this Imperial Warrior didn't notice that prospector driving by. He thinks this is the sneaky expansion, and he gets that harvester. The income advantage for Zugspitze, it is dwindling by the moment. That oil derrick no longer has a significant impact. Tank Buster is going to get bombed out of existence. Zugspitze, he is floating nearly $2,000 in the bank. Does he want to take an extra refinery for himself down there on the water? And this Yari mini-sub is just getting chased away by this assault destroyer. This might kind of accidentally reveal... Is this assault destroyer too slow to catch up to a high damage Yari mini-sub? Okay, depending on where that Yari mini-sub ends up going, he might accidentally reveal the expansion on the top side of the map as the Apollos skate through. They're going to be able to get the scout for the freeze on that Harvester. The Vindicators drop their bombs, but this Yari mini-sub, he's gonna fly right by that expansion. He's gonna accidentally crash into these refineries as Zugspitze now realizes, wait a second, there's a double expansion up there. No wonder this guy is building up so slowly. No wonder this allied player is not trying to turret push me or send a bunch of units down my throat. He's got a double expansion on the north side of the map. And I've been played for a fool. But all things considered, MirageTank is only up 1k in terms of total resources gathered. He is up about 800 per minute. Harvester harassment helped even things out a little bit. Denying this refinery from being added on helped things not get totally out of control, but these strikers, this is a very dangerous move to take the strikers out over the water when there are this many Apollos. This might lose him the game right here, right now. Zugspitze doesn't do it. He is on the edge of committing into this attack, but the Apollos choose to engage. They're going to take the shields off of some of those Tengus, and there's going to be the transform. The strikers go down onto the ground. Okay, I don't think they're forcing the strikers onto the ground because of some other advantage. They were just getting them out of the sky. But now it's double Yari mini-sub, and they're like, all right, we can sacrifice a couple of Yari mini-subs to clear out this location, as they will be forced to kamikaze themselves towards this refinery location. One Yari mini-sub ends up going down. The second one suicides onto the building, and now the refinery will be safe for now. But Zugspitze, he nearly had something pulled over him, and he did have a pulled over on him for a little while, but now he is aware of it. Starting to harass Dolphin, a great choice here by MirageTank. A single Dolphin can do so much damage with the Harvester getting eliminated and with the refinery being killed off shortly thereafter. In this case, he does realize that the Dolphin is attacking this time, and he's able to counter it with a couple of shots there. The Apollos getting caught over top. They do find the Tengus, but the Tengus find them. And the Harvester gets taken down, but the Yari is here to clean up that Dolphin. Run, 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 Dolphin. As the Harvester can be restarted, the Tier 3 gets added on. Zugspitze finds an angle onto the army, but he doesn't want to commit too much because that is the Javelin Soldier sitting inside of a black hole armor, and that is not something that a VX wants to engage all by itself. Tsunami tanks ready to fight. There's the point defense drones coming back onto the army. Yari versus Dolphin. Don't both of these units have like 1 HP? Yeah, the Yari is almost dead. The Dolphin is almost dead. Zugspitze kind of splitting his army up a little bit preemptively. If he can jump on these Apollos, that's going to be a great engagement here for the Empire player. 2, 3 Apollos getting eliminated. A fourth takes a bit of damage. I don't think a single Tengu went down. The point defense drones, those extra shields being a huge benefit, but that's going to be a cryoblast. That's going to be a dead refinery, and the Dolphin jumps over the Yari, but no! The Yari gets the kill, the hero Yari! And now that's a wasted cryoblast. That is a Tier 2 killer that just got used, and the Dolphin got denied. It is also kind of crazy that MirageTank thought a one-hit Dolphin was going to be able to get the kill there, and he didn't have a backup. He didn't have a Vindicator nearby, or like an extra cryocopter to keep the freeze going, or anything like that. That is a little suspicious. Not suspicious. That's a little... That guy was not playing his best. That's not a great decision-making tree, if we're honest. Black Hole Armor going to be trying to stop these Yari mini-subs from doing anything. They go for the very far angle on this Harvester that's all the way over there. Yari mini-sub, Harvester will survive. Refinery might not survive too many more of these bombing runs. Tengus fly over. Both players with quite the army supply. One assault destroyer way over there. A lot of multi-gunner turrets over there as well. But everything gets paid for eventually by that triple refinery up there. There's the new application. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $10,000 worth of Apollos in the sky. Shogun battleship out onto the field. Can the cryocopters shrink it down and freeze it down? There's the shrink, there's the freeze, no shrink just yet as the Wave Force artillery fires a shot, and there's going to be the black hole armor on top of the army. The crush comes in. No one on the front line survives the assault destroyer, but the strikers do. As the cryocopters are kept safe by the black hole armor, Emperor's Rage fires off, but the assault destroyer goes down. The Shogun's at the bottom of the lake, and the assault destroyer stands tall. Most of the Empire army survives, but so do the cryocopters. Maybe half. Half is a better way to say that. Half of the Empire army survives, but Yuriko is now out on the field. A big blow to the Empire, but it's not the end. Cryogeddon going to be firing off. The cryo freeze comes in as Yuriko thaws out. The Tengus do not. Another cryocopter goes down, but another Yuriko frozen solid. And the Peacekeeper is coming here to be the hero of MirageTank, to be the hero of the Allied forces. One Peacekeeper to save everybody. That one Peacekeeper getting unbelievable value, but the cryocopters have not been dealt with. You can fight any war you want, but if you don't stop the cryocopters, you don't win the game. Cryocopters moving forward, black hole armor absorbing all of the damage, and they just don't stop. Okay, the assault destroyer actually did go down. The point defense drone's coming back on up. He has to deal with these cryocopters. Committing in the Tengus is a dangerous move with so many Apollos so nearby. Shogun battleship still frozen. The striker goes down. The assault destroyer stands tall. One unit to rule them all as MirageTank has played it out slow and steady. Tengus dive in. Yuriko gets the juggle. Are you kidding me? The cryocopters dive in, then the Tengus find them. One misstep. The cryocopters too close. Who stops Yuriko with her Tengu bodyguards? The Mecha Tengus rushing to the front line. Vindicators come in. Big bombing run. Yuriko goes down. That's the Empire Commando dealt with. The assault destroyer rushing through, and the GG comes out. Zugspitze has been defeated, almost pulling it back at the end there, but MirageTank gets the win. That'll send us to Fire Island for game number 6 in the north, rocking the Allies and pulling the win out slow and steady. Wins the race. This is MirageTank. In the south, the Empire almost coming back with Yuriko in that last one. Give a cheer for Zugspitze! Zugspitze providing some entertaining Empire gameplay, but ultimately, the macro was the win. MirageTank, the sneaky expansion in the north. The timing of it was perfect. The defense of it was solid. He had his angles covered. He kept his build radius around. And because he was so, stalwart in his defense, there was never an easy opportunity for the Empire to break those two refineries. And that powered him to victory. And even with that refinery advantage, Zugspitze was so close to taking that game. That alone shows you how evenly matched these two players are. Zugspitze won some of the tactical fights, but the overall strategic fight was won by MirageTank with that sneaky deaky expansion up there in the north. Peacekeepers pulling back. It is an airfield, but it was not airfield first, with the Peacekeeper, engineers, everybody claiming one of those oil derricks. And of course, now we do have the classic... Ooh, one Tengu picked up here. That might have been the second Tengu as well, as those Apollos finding a couple of kills here. That is not good for Zugspitze. He does not want to be losing the Tengus early on. Losing versus small numbers of air units is not what the Empire player wants. And the barracks will get bombed out before any walls can be established to delay that third refinery anymore. And of course, you can't always just go for the third over here. It's not a third, it's another airfield. He's going for a second airfield out there on the water. I think it can be attacked at least from here. So it is, in theory, under threat. It could be attacked by Imperial Warriors or Tank Busters, but then, of course, there are the Tengus as well. Apollo's moving over, and the Tengu's going to be choosing a fight with the Apollos. No point defense drones to help them out. 2 Tengu's down before the first Apollo falls. But the Tengus do get the win in the end if they kill the Harvester. They may not get the win in the end if they can't actually kill any more of these Apollos. They get another one, and if they get the Apollo... No, they didn't get the Harvester, and the Harvester can heal back up as well. Tengus taking some heavy losses. Transform before it's too late. Take your chances on the ground. As there they go on to the ground. They avoid the fist fight with the Apollo, and these... Okay, the Vindicator comes in. Another bombing run, and that's another Harvester that is saved from being killed off. Dog hanging out there at the natural expansion, the water expansion anyways. And third refinery up and running for MirageTank. He's going to start catching up on the economy. He's going to overwhelm the income advantage that the oil derrick provides. Tengus, they're in good numbers, but they really need to hold off on any more fights until they have point defense drones. Zugspitze has not found like some kind of amazing fight to take on the Apollos and the Vindicators, and I feel like he really needs to bide his time until point defense drones are out, where he can actually fight these Apollos, because MirageTank has been so good at finding good angles, finding advantaged fights versus the Tengus. He's lost a couple of them, but overall he's been doing a good job with them. Strikers come in, good transform, but the Apollos are here to get the actual kill. Can he strike back? No. Okay, so the Apollos actually do manage to escape. If it's a 1-for-1, then the Empire player is feeling a lot better about that, but because it wasn't even a 1-for-1, it's just a big old W for the Allied player. Zugspitze losing out in some of these early game scraps. MirageTank starting to stack advantages on advantages for himself. Little incremental advantages, one on the other. VXs might end up getting caught here. Point defense drones, meaning the Tengus can actually take the fight. The Apollo is going to be backing off. Multi-gunner turret deployed already, and the MCV backs way up. He is not interested in trying to take the fight to his enemy at this point. Striker's going to transform onto the ground. Tengu's guard dogging against Vindicators, getting in on the fight, and the Harvesters looking to run away into their hidey hole in the back. This is some lost mining time, but that's not the end of the world compared to losing the Harvester. Tengu's going to transform. They're going in for the kill on the Prospector, but at the same time, a multi-gunner turret get deployed just in time, and the power plant isn't even in the open spot on the water. The Javelin soldiers getting free damage onto these Strikers as they try to get out of there, and actually the Tengus can find a good angle on this power plant. They are still out of range of that multi-gunner turret, but it does get sold off, and now it is low power mode I'm not sure that the Tengus want to commit too much further into this attack. They are going to be able to pick up a kill on a couple of Javelin soldiers there, but now they're forcing the multi-gunner turret to be sold off. And this is actually a long time of no harvesting. Maybe this is actually working out for the Empire player. It wasn't looking good, but okay. Maybe he has actually managed to make it worth it. The MCV is still around. The third refinery comes in. And the point defense drones, they get worn off of some of these units. MirageTank floating a little bit of cash, but Zugspitze actually catching up in terms of income, despite the fact that he was down an entire refinery for several minutes there. And at some point, the oil derrick got grabbed by the allied player. That Tango really needs to be sent back for repairs. The dog is still guarding that expansion over there. A beacon does get thrown out somewhere. Somebody calling attention to something. Striker going to be moving in. Tengu's here as well. Vindicators get caught. A great catch there for Zugspitze. That was an amazing get, as the Apollos were nowhere nearby to actually punish that. But the Strikers, if they fly into the sky to try and take down this war factory or do big damage, the Apollos are most likely going to come back in to try and defend it. But this time the Apollos will pay a price. Multi-gunner turret comes in, going to be forcing that Empire army away. And this one random Javelin soldier, once again, just getting free damage onto the Empire army. Tsunami tank coming in. Harvester avoids the damage, and it looks like the Javelin soldier ended up going down there. Chopper VX gets kind of left behind. Vindicator will be able to bomb. Oh! Okay, enough damage was already taken by that Tengu that he did crash down from those IFV rockets. IFVs, they do that double damage to air targets. Multi-gunner turret with that expansion. Apollos looking good. All 6 of them joined together. And they're actually going to spot this expansion. This is a bit of a mistake from Zugspitze. He's apparently sending this refinery out blind versus an allied player with a bunch of air units, where he could have had anything waiting in the fog there, where he could have swung in with a unit to knock down this refinery. I feel like that's just not a very prudent move as the Empire player. Tank Buster ends up getting bombed out. Another Tank Buster get bombed out, but this one might pay the price. No, the Vindicator does not pay the price, down to about 10 or 20% HP. Still survives, still counts. All right, refinery coming online. 4th refinery versus the 3 of the allied player. The oil derrick changing hands once again, as Zugspitze has a nice little 2K, 3K total resources gathered advantage. Not enough to be anything to write home about right now. If this harvester gets frozen and knocked down, then your 3K advantage doesn't look very good. Vindicator does get sniped. That was a good catch by the Tengus, but now the Apollos are here, and they are in good numbers. The Strikers are needed to fight the Apollos. Cryocopter could be a big problem in this fight for the Empire player. It can be a one-fight game for either player if it's the right kind of fight. Zugspitze move in, and he needs to be careful of a cryoblast coming from the sky. The choke point is powerful. The Guardian tanks are ready to pounce. Okay, both players disengaging. Guardian tank gets sniped at the edge there. That tank buster has something to write home about. And the Peacekeepers don't pursue. They don't get the kill. I kind of can't believe that MirageTank hasn't taken this refinery. A 4th refinery seems like an obvious choice for an allied player with that kind of an MCV position. But he is down a bit on army value, so maybe he's feeling not quite safe enough to go for it. As we've seen with some of these other games, though, sometimes the army value number isn't everything. Cryoblast is going to be used on this refinery. This time, the Riptide is the sneaky unit to get through, and that guy's got lots of health, and he was very fast getting in there. That's the play, unlike that Dolphin play in that last game. Okay, Ob's post gets grabbed. He's got good vision. Now he can see the cryocopters and the Apollos coming from a long ways away. MirageTank does not want to let this one go to game number 7. He wants to be able to knock Zugspitze out right here. Considering Zugspitze was up 2-1 earlier, you should not be confident that you're going to win a Game 7 if it goes to the ace match. So holding on right here, taking no additional risks is the right call for the allied player. Fourth refinery up and running, knocked down the Empire refinery. Now the Guardian tank's going to be moving forward. Point defense drones are here. IFV's getting in on the action. No strikers, no cryocopters until just now as the Tsunami tank's pushing forward, but most of the Remper's rage applies to the Tengus, not to the Tsunamis, as the Guardians eat up those Tsunamis one by one. The Guardians getting constant repairs onto the front line, and these strikers just sitting there, 6 grand wasted on the ground. The Tengus coming through clutch for the Empire, and the Tsunami tanks forcing away that Harvester, but the War Factory still survives. Guardian tanks looking to re-engage. Heavy losses from the Empire player as the shrink comes through. 5 Guardian tanks on the front line, full repair the whole time, and that War Factory still stands tall. Another Tsunami tank dies on exit. Zugspitze goes from an army advantage to a disadvantage over the course of one fight, and the War Factory still stands. That was not a good fight for the Empire player. Riptide moves back in. He thought this harvester, this refinery, might have actually been rebuilt. So he sent the Riptide back in to get another swing at it. But the refinery hasn't been rebuilt. Zugspitze down on cash a little bit here. He's lost a lot of units, and now he's reapplying point defense drones. But if he sits back and relaxes, I'm actually surprised we don't have Athena cannons already. I'm surprised that MirageTank hasn't pulled out Tier 3 yet. He hasn't even started it now, which is good for Zugspitze. But this next fight needs to be a distinct victory for the Empire player. Otherwise, it will just be over. Cryocopters coming in. Catching the cryocopters would be a great first step. IFV is not going to be able to get the kill on this harvester. If this IFV dodges past, it's only strikers here and they can't attack ground. He dodges past everything. One IFV finds the kill past all of those units, and the strikers are out of position to stop these cryocopters. One tank thaws out but gets refrozen. Peacekeepers too slow, but they're going to be able to blast these shrunken down tanks if they choose. Guardians are here. Apollos get pushed away. IFV continues his fight. He's looking to take down any harvester that he can. IFV just 1v1ing that harvester. The other guy was frozen. That's how you won the fight so easily. Cryocopters step forward. Those freeze rays, sometimes they haven't been as effective as others. Harvester hasn't been restarted. Refinery just sitting there useless. Okay, now the harvester gets restarted. Refinery took a decent amount of damage, but this is where Zugspitze, okay, once again, you need to be very careful moving through a choke point versus an allied player who hasn't thrown a cryogeddon or a cryoblast out in a little while. Tsunami tank trying to engage with this harvester, with this refinery on the right side. You can see he was going for a bit of harassment. Ended up finding a heroic Riptide, which of course out on the water they have their torpedoes as well. So that does send the Tsunami tank running, and he decides to join up with his friends, and he will pay the price for it. Those Riptides, they hit hard in the water, especially with that hero status. IFV comes back in. He'll get the blast on this harvester once again. And now the IFV goes heroic as the Tengus are going to transform. And Zugspitze is like, all right, I've had enough of this. He is down 6k in army value. And even though MirageTank hasn't gone tier 3, this is still a very powerful allied army. That's a Cryogeddon on top of the Empire. As he tries to transform on top of the Guardian tanks, the Tengus get separated out. The Tsunamis get separated out. Everybody gets separated out by that Cryogeddon. MirageTank waits for Zugspitze to come to him, and Zugspitze didn't bring the right guns. He walks right into a trap that MirageTank has set, and Zugspitze will drop out of Gathering Storm. MirageTank lives to fight another day. And that sends us into another best of 7, where we will say goodbye to yet another of our competitors. The pool is getting smaller. The chances are shrinking. And on the left, fighting for his life, this is the green. This is Harlen. And on the right, fighting for his life all the same, the yellow, dropping down from the upper bracket. This is opShijiao. Random Soviets ending up with a Soviet mirror matchup, kicking us off here on Epicenter Island. And you can see Harlen was a little bit suspicious. Is this guy going for a fast third refinery? The bear was angled up towards that high ground to potentially check. Maybe he had just checked and was coming his way back down, or maybe he got distracted on his way to checking. As the super reactor gets started up, no crane opener for either one of these Soviet players. No exceptionally fast third refinery. Would not be surprised to see a third refinery come out relatively quickly, but both of these players have demonstrated big macro slow snowball styles in previous games, and now we get to see them verse each other in a best of 7. An incredible set of games with this top 8 competitors. Even when the series don't go the full distance, I feel like we are getting to see some of the best of these players and some of the best competitive Red Alert 3 of all time here in Gathering Storm. So a huge thank you to Tim over at MediaStorm for sponsoring this event. And Harlen versus opShijiao. Harlen just coming through that lower bracket, and opShijiao dropping down in the second round of the upper bracket as the sickles move in. A little bit of building clearing with these conscripts. Neither one of these players should be losing too much in this scuffle. The terror drones do mean that you can get a couple of guaranteed kills with just sickles. Even though there is a hammer tank here for opShijiao, it will be getting locked down, and there is going to be a terror. Oh, he can't infect. Oh, the tanks almost getting infected there. One of them would have died, but Harlen was unable to infect the tank of opShijiao, and both of his hammer tanks got away with that kill. I'm not sure exactly what caused that to happen. In this case, the terror drone does manage to infect the sickle, and the other terror drone will manage. Yeah, and when you're not grouped by the buildings, these buildings that apparently are causing some problems, then you do have more free space to just run into that tank, and the tank does get the second weapon, but the terror drone also manages to escape. In both cases, the terror drones ended up going down, and if we see just a bunch of hammer tanks and a bunch of terror drones, it is going to be feeling a lot like a Red Alert 2 match here, as the terror drone will get another infect, and I don't think we have a crusher crane yet from opShijiao, so unless he's going to drive this crusher crane, or this tank, out onto the water, then he is going to be finding himself in a difficult situation. Both players, they are playing with their terror drones, and they are trying to keep the other guy guessing. Twinblade to clean up that building, and that bear, excuse me, and the hammer tank will leech down the weapon from the other hammer tank. So the second gun keeps getting passed around this hammer tank army, as from one to the other, they do throw it around. Twin blades, bullfrogs out for both sides, hammer tanks as well. Both players going towards that third refinery, then the fourth refinery after that, getting the airfield in between. So very similar builds, very similar everything from both of these players. And it is good to see a nice macro game on the beginning. A little bit of a handshake here as both players are looking to get that fourth refinery. It looks like opShijiao a little bit ahead timing-wise of his opponent. That fourth refinery coming up just a smidge earlier. But both players happy to just light harassment on the menu, light attacks, mostly just scouting here or there. No big problems in either direction. Adaptive armor over there, a twin blade attack over here. Adaptive armor getting activated anyways, and the bullfrog is there from opShijiao to try and scare away any MiGs that might be hunting that twin blade. MiGs from opShijiao are also out on the field, and Harlen is going to try to escape as he does not want to get caught out in the open, as the bullfrog actually catches this MiG, doing a bit of damage, taking a chunk of health away. And do we still have no crusher crane? I feel like this is a little bit delayed here as this MiG is getting caught a bit behind enemy lines, gets blasted there as this twin blade, I think that was the double barrel twin or hammer tank. I think that was the double barrel hammer tank getting caught by the twin blade there near the middle of the map. Sickle going to be denying a little bit of mining time on the right side of the map. opShijiao with a slightly annoyed harvester or two. The terror drone forcing one into its adaptive armor mode, the other one getting forced off of the working line by that sickle. And this MiG once again escaping those bullfrogs from opShijiao, almost getting the kill, but not quite being able to seal the deal. And that's one heck of a find over here on the right side of the map. Do you have a Stingray? I don't see a Stingray anywhere on the field. Did he get a crusher crane? Yes, he did. Okay, so the MCV will be safe. MiG going to be showing up to try and do some damage to those twin blades. Back on the other side of the map, the MiG does get pushed away by the bullfrogs, and both players going to be going for a bit of an engagement. That MCV going to be slowed down, trying to go for that fifth refinery. Meanwhile, a hammer tank does get eaten up here. The army value very close for both of these players, and very similar army compositions. A lot of the same sorts of units, just slightly different numbers of them in some case. Adaptive armor activated over here, and the terror drone will lock down that harvester. The MCV has been made clean of the terror drone. No more infection, and good choice by opShijiao to get that terror drone defense, the crusher crane, out a little bit earlier. We do have a crusher crane over here on the south side for Harlen as well, so he can deal with those eventually. MiGs chasing MiGs away, twin blades getting chased away by the bullfrog, and the harvester has sustained some pretty heavy damage here at that expansion. Overall, I feel like both players have been pretty close to each other, as you can see, even on the graph, which does have a little bit of a lag time in it. It's less than 800. It's about 1K per minute difference, but on the chart it's right around 700 bucks. So it is not a huge difference between these two players. They are staying very, very close to each other overall. A bit of lost mining time here or there, a bit of a later refinery here or there. Terror drone once again going to swing in. It looks like the harvester will get infected this time, get locked down and pause there as the MiG gets broken apart. opShijiao ready to fight this one out on the front line. And the terror drone will end up getting the kill on that harvester. It may take a minute, but it will go down regardless. The building getting cleaned up there, and an Akula sub on the move up in the north. Harlen going to be looking to harass that expansion in the top right. And that ore collector's still surviving, but very, very low on health with this terror drone. Satellites or toxins getting called in here. It's going to be the satellite drop by opShijiao, forcing Harlen in as satellites get dropped on both sides. Hammer tanks getting clobbered by the satellites from both teams as the twin blades will find that there is very little answer from Harlen. opShijiao picking up a win in the fight here, and now he's got a distinct army value advantage over his opponent. Tesla troopers trying to get onto the front line, but they just get gunned down, shut down, and the MiG shows up, but the twin blades are made safe once again. Terror drones can infect tanks on both sides and kill them off. opShijiao wins the tank fight on the ground, but with only one tank remaining. How much of a victory is it really? A Tesla coil gets added onto the expansion, and the Akula sub gets knocked down. The last remaining hammer tank goes down, but so does the terror drone. MiGs and bullfrogs, the main surviving members of this fight, and that terror drone needs to be dealt with. Otherwise, Harlen is just going to keep losing this same harvester again and again to that sneaky twin blade. The second Akula sub deciding to wait just out of range of that Tesla coil. Maybe he can sneak by, but I think the range of that Tesla coil might be... No, I think he could sneak by right on the edge of that and then try to ultra torpedo from the other side, and at least you could get off that, like, first torpedo blast, even if you can't do much more than that. Hammer tanks reforming the front line. opShijiao leading in the army value. I think a big chunk of that is the twin blades. He seems to have a twin blade numbers advantage. He's got at least 3 more twin blades than his opponent, something like that, maybe a few more than 3, as he might have 4 more than his opponent, and that can be a big problem to deal with. Not a lot of bullfrogs. There are 3 of them here for Harlen, but that is not a lot. If those get caught by either a satellite drop or the twin blades decide to just jump on them, there might be enough twin blades to actually knock down those bullfrogs, especially if they've got a terror drone or 2 to keep those bullfrogs locked in place. We'll see if the bullfrogs can play at range, because kiting with bullfrogs is an important skill. Twin blades showing up here for Harlen, and the Akula sub making its way over for opShijiao. Both players drawing very big battle lines across this map, and visually it does look much more like opShijiao is the one freely traversing across the map. He is up a bit in army supply, and he's going to get some free damage into this MCV. This is going to force Harlen to respond. He can't really afford to just let this MCV go down, but another barrage of rockets could have come out if he really wanted to try and play on the edge of what's possible and what's safe. opShijiao definitely could have gotten a second round of rockets out, but he didn't want to be flying against those flak cannons that are already out there on the water. Iron Curtain up and running right next to that Crusher crane. So a little under 3 minutes until we have an invincibility timer coming up and available for opShijiao. Harlen is going to find himself outfought if he has to fight against a player who has... Oh, the V4 just completely missed. If he's going to fight against a player with an Iron Curtain, you can't really beat that army. If they go for a fight, they are going to be using that Iron Curtain, and they're going to be looking to force a fight. Satellite drop on the refinery. The Ultra Torpedoes can't finish it off. Or maybe they can actually finish it off as the satellites drop down. And okay, no, just one Ultra Torpedo there. Oh, he's worried about it. He deploys the super reactor, unless he really does just need the extra electricity, as Harlen is getting close to that limit. But I assume that was just to block off any potential attacks coming in from that Akula sub. Twin blades once again roaming the map. Both players a little bit cautious about moving out and taking too much space in this map. Akula sub will end up getting taken down by the terror drone and that Tesla coil. Dreadnought gets jumped on. Harlen finds a weakness, but there are 3 MiGs here to hunt down these twin blades left on their own. They only get 1 kill. Are you kidding me? MiGs descend upon the twin blades for a couple of seconds before Harlen noticed, and he only lost 1. That is remarkable. The way that the twin blades, the fire was spread across the twin blades, ended up really benefiting Harlen. Unfortunately, opShijiao wasn't able to get more than just that 1 confirmed kill, but he does maintain the slightest, at this point it is incredibly slight, army value advantage over his opponent, As you can see, it is incredibly close between them. These mammoth tanks could be a big deal, as the Apocalypse tanks going to be roaming forward. Satellites were dropped on a building, which means there is only one satellite drop coming in, as the Apocalypse tank will drag in a couple of these hammer tanks. The Leech Beam doing good work as he's trying to sneak away the weapons, and using the Apocalypse tanks to engage at range is a good way to force Harlen into a fight that he doesn't want to have, because it's only 15 seconds until the Iron Curtain is coming online. APOC tanks making their appearance. MiGs getting blasted out of the sky, but I don't think that's really the fight that Harlen wants to be winning. opShijiao won the big fight with the tanks on the front line, but this is a lot of Twin Blades moving in. Iron Curtain could be used to save these APOC tanks if he wants to get a couple of extra kills with them. But here comes the cavalry, as in come the hammer tanks, the Twin Blades as well, dropping everyone off. And now there's no stopping the tanks of opShijiao rolling over the forces of Harlen. Twin Blades and hammers bringing down the pain, the super reactor, the crusher crane, and then the airfield. And what a terrible time to be losing your invulnerability moments before this super reactor goes up in flames. This might do a lot more damage to the army of opShijiao than the buildings of Harlen, but he does sell it off in time. Hammer tanks getting infected, and the bullfrogs just trying to body block and provide more terror drones to kill off this army, because the hammer tanks can't really be stopped. So you might as well go to the other side of the map and try to trade as much as you can. Harlen trying to end the game. He's got terror drones infecting these units, but the terror drones getting killed off at the same time. Airfield going down, the crusher crane still here, and now the harvesters the next target. The tier 3 being targeted as the battle lab gets blasted, and both players turning the game into chaos after so long of sitting back and building up. This game will be thrown into disarray at the last moment. Twin Blades getting blasted, bullfrogs trying to dodge around the fireball as Harlen loses track of some of his forces, and opShijiao is scrambling to keep himself rolling in this game. Harvesters getting tracked down, getting hunted by these Twin Blades, and opShijiao clearing out that naval expansion with a couple of Akula subs. The Dreadnought shelling the base from afar, gonna be cleaning up that conscript, but another Dreadnought going down to the Twin Blades rolling in. The V missiles will fly no more. Twin Blades moving forward. The MCV of Harlen has escaped for now. This terror drone infecting that Akula sub, but no! The trade back does happen. He may have locked down that Akula, but he didn't get the kill. He didn't get the infect. And Harlen, has he pulled something out here? opShijiao winning the fight on the ground. He gets out a couple of more hammer tanks before the battle lab goes down. And yeah, the battle lab did end up falling. The super reactor getting rebuilt. opShijiao sitting with a nice fat 2K in the bank account. A couple of harvesters do need to be rebuilt. He is 5 harvesters to 2. So opShijiao is still feeling pretty good in this game, but Harlen has made it a whole lot closer than it should have been. MiGs would be loving a way to heal up at this point. They are so low on health. 4 of them are extremely low on health and need desperately to get repaired. Bullfrog showing up. It's going to be the slaughter of the Twin Blades, but there's actually 2 terror drones, and there are only 1 APOC tanks. Twin Blades going to be backing up. MCV looking for a safe place to be. Another refinery goes down. This hero Akula sub going to get targeted, going to get killed by the Twin Blades, but this APOC tank does get infected. It's got a big health bar. It can last a little while being infected, but these Twin Blades are getting lower and lower in health. A couple of them, 3 of them have gone heroic. A 4th is elite. That heroic Twin Blade, they may actually heal enough to stay alive, but there's a hero MiG as well, this time on the side of Harlen, as he clears out the MiGs of opShijiao, and the Iron Curtain is in theory ready to go once again, but it is low power mode for the Soviet on the right side. Another terror drone spawning into existence, and this Crusher Crane, it seems like it takes forever for it to actually finish. Both players so close to each other in different ways. opShijiao, he has been absolutely crushing it on the economy front, but his army has been gated by reset of technology and production. Now he's going big into the aircraft, getting himself double airfield. He's got a naval yard back up and running, and there is a terror drone moving in. The Stingray will be locked down momentarily here, and the Crusher Crane has finally healed up most of these twin blades back to where they want to be. The MCV has abandoned the front line, moved somewhere else out here to the water, looking for a safer area, and the Crusher Crane will once again get shut down. opShijiao, he is looking to seal this game up, but the twin blades are hard to pin down. They've got MiGs, they've got bullfrogs with them. The army moves out, and now opShijiao is going to be trying to force the hand of, or the MiGs. The MiGs are invincible from opShijiao. He's going hunting, and he will find one twin blade, two twin blades. The split not quite good enough, as a third twin blade will go down. A fourth gets not destroyed. Okay, now the MiGs are going to get blasted as they get absolutely annihilated. As soon as the invulnerability wears off, they get destroyed. The base left largely how it is. The Crusher Crane pays the price, and the watch out where you're flying. He's going right in on the bullfrogs, but that's a big mistake as the GG comes out, and opShijiao will pick up the first win of the series. He got ahead on eco. The game almost slipped away, but his economy preserved through the tough times, and he managed to get the win. And that sends us to Deep Sea. And as you can see, for another mirror matchup in the north, rocking the orange, this is Harlen. Up 1-0 with his big economy, leading the way in the second half of that game. This is opShijiao. You can give a cheer or not, because he will buy a cheer from you. Both players wanting to play that bigger macro style. opShijiao coming out looking a little better. He gets the tech first, and it ends up not mattering quite as much as I thought it was going to. And then his big economy not taking as much damage in those big fights ended up sort of being the thing that actually saved him. As the roars come through, Harlen getting a few more lockdowns initially, but now opShijiao getting a couple of lockdowns back. And this might just be bigger bear diplomacy. More bears wins better than the other way around. Double reactor and the war factory for both players, as we do have the terror drones making their way out onto the map. Terror drones are really the best bears because they're mechanical bears, and they will kill the other bears. You know what survives a bear attack is a terror drone. Terror drones don't mind a nice bear attack because they are the bear attack of bear attacks. In that if you're a bear, you don't fear the humans, you fear the terror drones. As the sickles coming out onto the field as well. Third refinery up and running nice and early here for Harlen. Moments away now as the MCV deploys for opShijiao. And as the third refinery comes online for Harlen, the third refinery is being started by opShijiao. But he might be able to do a bit of harassing himself, and who cares if you've got a third refinery early if you can't really harvest from it. Walls coming in. They're going to be able to keep this harvester safe for a few moments, but there is a terror drone here, so the engagement can be very tricky for both players as they micro their terror drones to try and maximize their damage. Flak cannon, I think that's just a sort of body blocker. I don't know if he really meant to build a flak cannon there, but I imagine it will be canceled and recycled into something else. Third refinery up and running. opShijiao, a little bit of pressure towards Harlen, and then gets his own third refinery anyways. But from here, we can expect the super reactor and then maybe the airfield before expansion. I think it was airfields before fourth refineries for both players last time, as the sickles will dance around the middle of the map. Once again, the terror drone kind of coming in here. But because they both have Molotov cocktails, they're both trying to dodge those Molotov cocktails being thrown at each other. Crusher crane, much earlier this time from at least opShijiao. It is going to be the airfield for Harlen. And he would probably have his MCV on the move if he did have a crusher crane already completed. The reactor does end up getting sold off there. Just an extra couple $100 for Harlen to be able to fuel his war machine. His MCV moving. It might just be for the low ground expansion over here, or he might be looking to go out to the water. He doesn't have a crane to back this up, so any terror drone infects... Oh, that's a sickle. Okay. I thought that was a terror drone moving on down there. I was like, this might be just the absolute worst timing if he's going out to the water and then a terror drone finds him on the way. Harvester going to be taking a little bit of damage. Another scouting sickle going to be moving in. Gets tagged by the bullfrogs. Going to be getting eyes inside of opShijiao's base. Meanwhile, this third refinery is still just sitting there, getting eyes inside of Harlen's base. Both players mirroring each other, not only in their army compositions and their styles, but also in a lot of their unit movements as well. Sickle does actually manage to jump away from the first of the hammer tanks. No leech beam to try and steal away that gun. Fourth refinery on the way, a bit earlier for opShijiao. I say that as Harlen starts his own. So they are trying to keep pace with each other. Adaptive armor does mean that that harvester is going to get back to work with very little damage actually taken, as opShijiao will finish up that fourth refinery just a smidge faster than his opponent. And as you can see, the jump there between these two players, I don't know what that was, because it wasn't an MCV crush, so there was a bit of a big switch over there, as the sickle is just gonna get some free damage onto that ore collector. He's just doing nothing about this. There's a refinery dying. He's just sitting there. Okay, so opShijiao is... Well, now he's down a refinery. He does at least have the crusher crane. He can get the refund on the ore collector. That helps make up for some of that loss. Oh, he must have crushed down a couple of units. That's what that big jump on the cliff was. He must have, like, crushed down a couple of sickles as the twin blades get blasted. And, I mean, if you end up losing enough twin blades, that makes up for the fact that you... Or if you blast enough twin blades, it makes up for the fact that you lost a refinery a few moments ago. But at the same time, Harlen is going to be taking his own refinery out here on the water. So this time, Harlen is the one setting up the bigger, better economy, more better firster. And he did take the third refinery first, and then he knocks down his opponent's third refinery. So that does reset the count a little bit. And as long as Harlen can keep his own units and buildings safe, if he can assault this refinery a little bit to shut it down, then he will be put in a tremendous position to play the rest of this game out from. Because, yeah, flak cannon is cool, a MiG is cool from opShijiao, but a single sickle has the ability to just do some damage and shut down that refinery, as now the fifth refinery coming up here for opShijiao. Harlen might still be missing the trick of that crusher crane. No, he's not. It is there back by his airfield. So he is going to be 5 versus 4. in the eco count, which is a distinct advantage for Harlen. He does have more resources gathered overall, but he is also floating a little bit more cash than he would probably like to. He has a decent amount of production. He has a crusher crane, and now he needs to get his tier 3 up and running and either head towards V4s or maybe even add a naval yard on and look for dreadnoughts, as that would be a possibility. Terror drones can make dreadnoughts a bit troublesome, as it's very easy to take down dreadnoughts. Satellites will be coming in here, possibly for both players. At the very least, it's for opShijiao, as Harlen doesn't seem to have an answer back. It's just MirageTank's going to be trading, and there will be Harlen's answer back, as the satellites will drop almost on top of the bullfrogs there. They dodge a little bit here as the twin blades move forward for Harlen, and it's tank v tank. Harlen, in theory, is winning the tank fight because he should have more, but he doesn't seem to have more on the front line. Twin blades getting a couple of shots in here for opShijiao, but now the bullfrogs coming for Harlen to blast out those, and the reinforcements coming in for Harlen. 2 tanks to 1 with the terror drone lockdown. Harlen didn't win the beginning of the fight. He won the end of the fight, as opShijiao gets out-tanked by Harlen. 5th refinery a bit faster. This 5th refinery going to be added on eventually, but what do you have to actually keep it alive as the twin blades and MiGs move out over the water, and Harlen just has the bigger army, the triple army value. A big chunk of it is the twin blades. That's why it wasn't actually on screen for a part of that fight. The hammer tanks came in a bit later. The MiGs will have MiGs to fight, and the twin blades will finally get the kill on that harvester. Other refinery is going to be kept alive by these walls, but opShijiao, he must have a plan for this game because he is staying in it, and Harlen is floating 3.6k. He's not even spending all of his cash, as they might be typing back and forth to each other. Or maybe opShijiao does have a way to come back in this game, and he is not going to be rebuilding that harvester. That's a bit reminiscent to something that happened versus another player, and this refinery is once again going to be under threat. Twin Blade's going to be able to release a barrage of rockets towards it, and they're realizing that there are no bullfrogs there, so they're going to just fire off a couple of rockets as well. Mirage tanks, well, not actually here in this fight, but APOC tanks, which I keep wanting to call mammoth tanks, the other big double barrel M tank. APOC tanks, not the choice apparently for Harlen. He's got 6.5k. I feel like these guys are typing to each other, which is why the game is extending out, why opShijiao isn't rebuilding this harvester, while Harlen is floating 6k instead of going Battle Lab, V4s, APOC tanks, all of the normal things that you would be getting late game as a Soviet player if you were engaged in what you thought was going to be a close fight. You would be looking for a few more options for how to wisely spend your money and how to win this game with a more guaranteed percentage. You don't want to be taking the 50-50 when you've been on head-on economy like this. You don't want to be taking the, 51-49 or anything like that. You want like the 99-1 kind of a percentage. You don't want any of these fair fights when you are this far up. In part because a big chunk of that income is after the 7-minute mark there for Harlen. So the entirety of his income advantage of 11k is basically in the last 4 minutes of the game, which is why it is materially significant compared to some other games where it's spread out very thinly across a much wider range. That harvester is actually going to get rebuilt. Okay, so opShijiao is going to be fighting this game out. Another flak cannon is going to be getting added on here, and this does mean that if opShijiao believes he can win, he only needs one fight to go badly. Maybe 2 fights, but 1 fight to go badly for Harlen. If Harlen slips up in the wrong way and opShijiao is able to take advantage of it, I don't know what that's gonna be realistically. Like, what could Harlen do? I guess he could set his units to like hold fire stance and walk them into his base, but like Harlen is gonna have to take a pretty bad fight to really lose this game. His harvester even getting infected out there. This other harvester low on health. As the hammer tank's moving in once again, I don't know why Harlen has like this refusal to build artillery, to build these things that would give him additional tools. If he could be shelling this MCV from a great distance, or even like bringing in Kirovs just to absorb the anti-air fire and let the twin blades do the real work. Any of these things could be realistic answers to this problem that Harlen has and give him a better chance of winning this game, and he is not taking any of them. He's just sort of sitting at the same place in the tech tree. He is going to be adding on that Iron Curtain. He will be getting out of the way of most of the satellites. I think this conscript is going to learn a very rough lesson, as sending the entire satellite drop in to kill one conscript seems a little crazy, but the tanks, if they took any damage, it was remarkably small. And V4's finally on the field to shell away at that refinery. That random harvester gets infected way back on the other side of the map. I don't know how opShijiao managed to sneak that guy in there, but he did nonetheless. And now that harvester is going to need its own crusher crane. One crusher crane for each harvester. That's my promise to you, the American people. As the refinery ends up going down, low power mode will be activated here as the twin blades looking to engage, and the V4 rocket might even end up missing, but it turns out crusher cranes still work even when you're on low power mode. So the heal does come through. A hammer tank ends up going down, and Harlen, he was up like triple the army value of his opponent. I guess he's still up around that same percentage, just the difference is he has 30k and his opponent has 26k, instead of it being like, you know, 4k to 12k, or I don't know what the numbers were exactly. The hammer tank's looking to get the fight started. APOC tanks rolling in. V4s are here. Terror drones going for the infect, but there are also Tesla troopers here to help lock them down. Flak cannons would be nice to knock down these twin blades, as the bullfrogs are a little late to the party. And 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Terror drones can shut down a Soviet army. The twin blades did not get a big participation award from Harlen in that last fight. So even though he's got good twin blade numbers, they were not a participant in that last battle. Refinery goes down, and again, this is where the harvester count can be a bit deceptive. You can have 5 harvesters, but if only 3 of them are working at refineries, then it doesn't really matter what your numbers are. And I think the crusher crane is boosting his income numbers here. So the income reports aren't quite what the economy says they are. Twin blades coming in here for opShijiao. He's trying to weaken this army. MiG's a little late to the party from Harlen, as this APOC tank is going to go down, not quite for free, but it didn't cost nearly as much as he would have liked. The front line falls apart, and Harlen unable to deal with the anti-air of his opponent, so his twin blades not getting in on the action. He has 6 twin blades, which could have torn apart this tank line, and he hasn't been able to use them basically at all. Twin blades moving in here from opShijiao. He loses 3 of them in that exchange, and even after all of that fighting, the twin blades still aren't even being utilized. They're not even being used for harass. Harlen is truly just like letting them sit around and do almost nothing. He is up almost triple the army value of his opponent, but opShijiao is doing a lot with a little. A Tesla trooper does end up stepping forward. Another twin blade goes down on the side of opShijiao, and this hero hammer tank with the V4 augmentation looks awesome, but unfortunately isn't able to save the day. This hero hammer with the second barrel does a lot of damage, but isn't able to save the day. And this is where, like, what is opShijiao doing? He gets an Iron Curtain, but he hasn't healed up his MCV. Some of the choices being made in this game don't feel exactly serious, but this one does feel deadly serious, with an APOC tank coming up, 2 of them in fact, and the hammer tank getting blasted by the uneven terrain of that ramp. Harlen could have harassed this refinery. It's completely exposed, undefended, on its own, with his twin blades, and instead they just sat around in the middle of the map as the bullfrog will get eaten up, but the terror drone will get the infect, and opShijiao is looking to push back this army. He's been trailing in economy, he's been trailing in army value for 10 minutes in this game, and yet he still finds the strength to push back Harlen time and time again. But can he push back an Iron Curtain? The iron will of Harlen coming to rest on the head of opShijiao, and opShijiao fighting far above his weight class, it feels like, in most of this game. You can see why this guy has been a threat in this tournament. Okay, as his twin blades get blasted while fighting a flak cannon. Maybe not that moment, but other moments you can see why this guy is a problem for so many people. I can't believe how difficult Harlen has found this game to close out. And now this Harvester ends up going down. opShijiao not rebuilding it immediately. The MCV isn't entirely necessary because the Crusher Crane does exist, but it's like coming down to such thin stakes for Harlen. He was up massively in army value, he was up in tech, he was up in everything a couple of minutes ago, but opShijiao is difficult to kill. It seems nearly impossible to stop. As Twin Blade moves forward, that Twin Blade really doesn't want to be fighting 3 flak troopers out in the open like that, but the Terror Drone's going to be guaranteeing that this APOC tank really can't do very much. Dreadnought moving forward. Might want to pack a Stingray along with that guy, as this Crusher Crane needs to be blasted by Harlen. opShijiao has survived so incredibly long in this game. 2 heroic bullfrogs. You just can't knock this guy down. opShijiao is just resilient and tenacious and adaptive. He is willing to fight it out no matter what. When it looks hopeless, he still manages to create hope. I didn't believe in him, but he believed in himself, and he was able to pull it back into a pretty even game, all things considered. And another Harvester going to be getting eliminated. No defense for that Dreadnought. He built a Dreadnought, he sent it off, and then he did absolutely nothing to defend it from any of the typical threats that you might see thrown towards a Dreadnought. Ore refinery out on the field, and this Harvester is technically alive, but not really doing anything. And now he gets back to work, as Harlen will come back in with a couple of MiGs. Maybe he can hunt down, and both Iron Curtains are actually ready at the same time. I can't believe we got to see 1 Iron Curtain get used in this game, let alone now 2 are ready at the same time. opShijiao, he has absolutely got a chance in this game with a triple APOC getting deployed out here, and the walls coming in to save the Conyard, the buildings as well. A double super reactor to block off these APOC tanks, but those are invincible APOCs, and that is an MCV that is just about doomed where it sits. The magnetic harpoons not quite having the effect that he would like. I'm not sure if these guys are glitched out or what, if there isn't enough room for them to move, but they are grinding through something, and now the MCV getting ground down to dust as the grinders actually come online, but the Iron Curtain will activate, and that will save the MCV as the APOC tanks roll in for Harlen. 4 of them together, as he did not bring the mobile repair crew to deal with these terror drones. And an observation post as well, also here for Harlen. Both players use their Iron Curtain, but 1 Iron Curtain is sort of utilized to negate another one of the Iron Curtains, and the terror drones' terror is not reigning forever, as the APOC tank does make it all the way back to get some repairs, and now 18k of army, but can he actually finish the job? He hasn't been able to thus far, but maybe he'll finally get it done. 1 clicks only available for one of these players, as the Terror Drone will freeze one of these units in place. MirageTank with an APOC cannon as well. And the magnetic beam shooting out the harpoon, sticking into these units, drawing them in, as these twin blades will just clean everything out. The MiGs aren't coming through. Harlen doesn't have the air forces, and he will just lose the battle on the ground and lose the battle to terror drones, it seems, perhaps more than anything. The satellite drop going to be coming in, and this is the advantage that Harlen actually has over his opponent, as the War Factory will be sold off here just as an additional APOC tank steps out onto the field. Killing off the Crusher Crane is also sort of the end of the game here, as it is air units only for opShijiao from now until the end of the game, which might be in 1 minute or might be in 30 minutes. With the way that this game is going, with the tenacity of opShijiao, he could be down to 1 unit left, and I would still think that he has a shot, but the GG comes out, and Harlen will win that game that I thought was solved 15 minutes ago. opShijiao is a tough opponent to take down. And I can't think of a more fitting battleground to break the tie here than the satellite crash down zone of Mers landing, and in the north, ready to rain down satellites. This is Harlen. He's a tough nut to crack, even if you throw 1,000 pounds of metal at him. This is opShijiao, who's looking a little bit OP even when he loses. He doesn't look bad. The roar comes in there, as Harlen does manage to pick up that first bear kill, but I think both players are going to be able to grab their respective oil derricks, and it's always good to start off this way. It could be disaster. Nope, it's mutually assured destruction. And on both sides of the map, Harlen will be able to scout inside his opponent's base, and I think Harlen is kind of denying the scout of opShijiao. Maybe he snuck this bear in there a little bit earlier, but I think Harlen has kept things actually fairly dark for opShijiao. After the games going back and forth, 1-1 is the scoreline. That was almost a case in that last game of you can win the first 20 minutes of a game and then lose in the last 1 minute of the game. But Harlen did manage to pull it back, so he did win, maybe not all 20 minutes of the game, but he did win the game, and he was ahead for a big chunk of the game as well. And now he has finished up that super reactor, so it'll be third refinery prioritized for opShijiao. Meanwhile, the super reactor prioritized for Harlen. And because he sold off his MCV, okay, I guess we are just going all in. I said all that stuff about satellites crashing down, but one of these players won't even have access to satellites crashing down. They will have to do without no Crusher Crane for the extra cash from that MCV cell, so he's just going the old-fashioned MCV cell. Terror Drone will be able to infect that Hammer Tank, and of course, Hammer Tanks, they're going to be difficult to recover from Terror Drone infections without a Crusher Crane out on the field. Harvester going to be getting slowed down for a few moments there as the walls come in the south. These sickles are not being dealt with quickly in the north. The harvesters are offline in the north for Harlen, and opShijiao, he's got units camping just outside of his base, just outside of his production, as the sickles going to be making their way around. Another Terror Drone infection is basically going to be another guaranteed kill here for opShijiao. He doesn't have to look at that section of the map all that much, but the Terror Drones are being picked off one by one. They are getting absorbed by the Hammer Tank Leech Beam, as those units end up dying. The sickle comes out, the conscript goes down, and the sickle manages to kill the terror drone as well, but it's 2 tanks versus 1. Leech beam to steal the gun, and Harlen is making it work. It may not look good, it may not be pretty, it may not even be efficient, but he is at least trying to make it work. He hasn't made it work yet, but maybe he is on the road to making it work. The twin blades could be coming out at any moment, as another terror drone will be able to infect these hammer tanks, and they can leech beam their way quite a bit into a longer life here. As you can see, these units knocking down those walls. Another hammer tank pushing. Okay, the terror drone does get killed off there. Hammer tank doesn't get infected a second time, as that is you're driving very, very close to your own tanks here, but they do pick up the additional gun, and the sickle is kind of harassing that harvester a little bit there, but another infection, another hammer tank will die. opShijiao, access to twin blades and hammer tanks and terror drones means that he has more tools at his disposal, with those agile air units able to get out onto the field. And Harlen, he's got his tanks lined up so close to the exit of this war factory, even though he brought his own terror drone to the fight. It is so quick for the terror drones of opShijiao to get into the tanks of Harlen. More harvesters going down there as Harlen drops to 1 harvester, and soon he will be dropping to 0 harvesters. He is fighting this one out to the bitter end, as the satellites will be dropping down. I think they're doing a bit of friendly fire splash damage there, and the terror drone from Harlen needs to get in on this fight one way or the other, and he needs to help lock down this terror drone and infect it. And there's going to be the defensive lockdown there as the terror drone goes down, and the double barrel hammer tank picks up a friendly friend with the double barrels on both of these tanks. Harlen is looking to blast down the war factory, but there's no anti-air. The bullfrogs were sent to the other side of the map, and this tank is running away from the twin blade as his double barrel friend finishes off that airfield. Harlen so close to winning this one, and the bullfrog even shows up at the last possible second. He might still have a chance in this game after losing his economy on the other side of the map, going down to just one refinery working. More hammer tanks getting infected, 2 of them getting locked down now, as the terror drones aren't the only tool that opShijiao has. He can also body block these leech beams with buildings, and now every hammer tank has been infected, so the GG will come out, and opShijiao survives the MCV cell. His defense is his victory in game number 3. And we're here on Infinity Isle for our first non-mirror matchup. That's right! It's not Soviet versus Soviet, but looking for the comeback as the Soviets. Give it up for Harlen! And feeling good with his defense, this is opShijiao! It's not an airfield first, but it does look like there is space for an airfield over here next to this wall. As he does get the barracks, he does get the refinery as well. Oil derrick captured by both players, and the scout is a little bit denied. There is this backdoor scout, the bear sniffing around that water expansion. But there we go, the walls coming in. Of course, with conscripts having Molotov cocktails, the walls don't mean the same thing that they do versus the other factions. But we got a couple of bullfrogs out on the field. We got a couple of scouting bears looking to make sure that there are no dogs sneaking through the defensive net. And Harlen, it was a tough game for him, for sure. A couple of things going slightly better would have meant that Harlen got the win, but opShijiao just outplayed him. In the long and the short of it, Harlen almost came through, but again, almost doesn't count all that much, as opShijiao is the one with the units in the better position, is the one making the better overall decisions, and he does manage to come through well in that game. Conscript's going to be backing off. Bullfrog launches the conscripts up over top of the peacekeepers, but the Vindicator's going to be coming in. 1-2 Bullfrogs will go down, traded back for 2 Vindicators. Happy with that exchange. Typically, the Soviet player is going to be very happy with that exchange, as the conscripts do lend their guns to this fight of the peacekeeper. You can see that Bear got a triple lockdown on those peacekeepers, so they really didn't do very much. And it's always so funny when they thought they were the target, but they weren't actually the target. So the jump is for nothing. Dolphins and Sickles shaking hands over thinking that they're the target when they're not actually the target. But a pretty good start to the game thus far for Harlen. Getting a couple of Vindicator kills. It's not necessarily the end of the world here, but I also really like this taking the building, forcing the oil derrick to be defended, and all this while opShijiao is going to be getting himself a naval expansion, does get himself a naval yard as well. And now Harlen moves up to the high ground. He's got the super reactor out there on the water. He's going to clear out that doggy, and then he can deploy his own refinery. The building has been busted, but that is 2 full bombing runs from both of those Vindicators. So that keeps the Vindicators on the Allied side of the map. And now if they want to clear out this building as well, it is going to be 2 more bombing runs. Okay, maybe not, because there are 3 Vindicators now. So it will be like 1.5 bombing runs to clear out that building. But the Vindicators have more important things to do. So for now, opShijiao will just have to grant that there is a sneaky spy hanging out in his base. Refinery hasn't even finished, and the Dolphin is already here. He's definitely like, wait a second, I thought you were going to have the refinery already up. I thought you were going to have a harvester out here for me to harass. And now the Bullfrogs, they show up, but the Vindicators are pretty far away. The Dolphin is unanswered for the current moment. The reactor goes down, which I think he is actually going to have to rebuild that reactor, yeah, depending on what he's trying to go for. But the reactor does finish up there. The Dolphin will eventually be scared away. He's done a decent amount of damage to that super reactor, and the Sickle ends up going down. Was there a terror drone there as well? There was, outside of the wall, and it ended up falling also. But now there is a Tesla coil here, so it'll have to wait until the cryocopters, cryoshot, something else comes along to deal with that Tesla coil. And Kulisub going to be finding these Riptides. One Riptide eats up the Ultra Torpedoes, and that will be the end of that Rippy boy getting ripped off as the Dolphin finds a Bullfrog for free there. That Dolphin doing a good job. And now the MiG will get a couple of shots against these Vindicators. They're caught between a rock and a hard place as the MiG will hunt them down, and triple Vindicator means you don't have a lot of space for Apollos as the Bullfrog's getting a couple of shots in there, and the Dolphin as well. But the Dolphin does hit the terror drone also. I thought the terror drone had the Dolphin's number. The trade is 1 MiG back as a kill, but it looks like 2 Vindicators going down in the exchange. The Dolphin survives, but only long enough for the Twin Blade to start hunting it down. Good thing there's an Apollo now out on the field to save the Dolphin from the Twin Blade, and the Dolphin heads back in. You were supposed to have a little bit of peace and quiet to escape away from those units, but the fight over that one expansion is furious, with that Dolphin dodging and weaving, and this refinery will eventually perhaps be made safe. It looks like he does sell off that Tesla coil there. He's trying to get a little bit of cash back into his pocket. Naval Yard ends up getting destroyed or sold off there, as it will be rebuilt, maybe just for the refinery. But that is sort of the ill-fated refinery. As artillery comes online, it becomes very difficult to hold that position, or this position, if your opponent has artillery. Cryocopters and aircraft going to be moving out to the south side of the map. opShijiao wants to make sure that this walled section sees no action. He is focused on trying to do things other than the middle of the map. He is avoiding the middle of the map. He'll fight up north, he'll fight down south, he'll fight in the water, but just don't ask him to fight here in the middle of the map. Cryocopter is going to be freezing down that building. opShijiao is building a dangerous army. These cryocopters, again, if they're handled well, can provide incredible power and utility. MiG's going to be coming in. Will he be able to find a kill? The MiG's going to be traded back against the Apollos, but there are bullfrogs on the ground. The bullfrogs can't help out over here, so it will be just MiGs versus Apollos, and the MiGs win that fight. The IFVs will keep the MiGs from pursuing any further. War Factory is out. Tier 2 is up. Tier 3 might be on the way. And there we go. It finishes up. Athena cannons are on the menu, boys. And that refinery is not going to be long for this world as the Ultra Torpedoes get dodged away from by those Riptides. The Tide gets ripped out of the way, and the Ultra Torpedoes fly wide as the Cryocopters move over. Okay, those Ultra Torpedoes find their mark as Harlen does manage to get a kill there. Flak Cannon going to be a little bit late to the party here when you start it as you see the Cryocopters. And yeah, the Cryocopters get a kill there. The Reactor a little bit too late to body block as the Riptide gets the shot off that it was looking for. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's going to be Twin Blades and MiGs moving in as Harlen is looking to do a bit of damage of his own. Apollos find a good angle. The MiGs are not here. They're nearby, but they're not in the fight. The IFVs means it's not a fair fight anyways, as the MiGs are looking to defend those Apollos, but at the same time, their hammer tanks moving forward in the middle of the map, fights breaking out in different spots, and the MiGs are happy to fight the Apollos like that, especially when the IFVs are nearby and the Apollos can escape. Double Athena cannon out on the map for opShijiao. And it feels like this allied army has been allowed to get teched up and ready to go. But how does he handle the engagement? 3 Athena cannons is not the end of the world here. And we have seen the Athena cannon versus mass hammer tank battle, and it comes down to execution. Cryocopters don't do anything on their own. They have to be paired with a friend, and they have to be executed well, as those Akula subs sharking around, looking to take a bite out of those units on the water. Satellite's going to be coming in. Oh, that's a lot of dead Javelin soldiers on the front line. They were supposed to be helping out in the battle, but the Terror Drone going to be locking down those Athena cannons, the Mirage Tank as well, trying to get in on the fight, but he can't do much. If he gets leached down to death, the Twin Blades will pick up the actual kill as the Hammer Tanks are absorbing all of the attention. The Twin Blades come in and just get the kill. They're the Eagles swooping in for the prey as that Athena cannon hammer is getting the shots off one by one. The lasers are flying in both directions, but that's a high priority target as he actually survives for a moment longer, but ultimately he does die. The Mirage Tank coming in on the north side over the observation post gets a couple of shots. The Twin Blades coming in to answer back. Harlen always seems to have a way to answer back as the Athena cannon gets leached down to death and the weapon gets stolen once again by Harlen. Vindicators come in and the technology requires a bit of a slower fight, more poking at range. Is that a Mirage and then an Athena cannon hammer in the same army? They are joined together. If they had golden stars, that would make this even more special for the Soviet players in the audience. But the shrink ray does mean that the range is somewhat less effective. Those are some dangerous trees and a delivery truck on the ground there. But the Mirage tanks are not actually able to do anything. The Cryocopters are kind of pushing past where they actually have support. The Akula subs have been able to level that water expansion, and opShijiao, he looked like he was setting up for a slam dunk. He had a strong economy. He had weakened his opponent's economy. He had harassed Harlen pretty consistently. But then, before everything could actually come together, he gets attacked, and now it's a much more even fight than opShijiao would have liked. Now, the Shrink Ray and the Freeze can still be quite powerful, so don't count this allied player out. Even though he is down 7k in army value, he has a very powerful 13k of army. These cryocopters, those Mirage tanks, they can be deceptively effective in these fights. So again, it comes down to the execution and how these players play it out. Waiting until you've got a satellite drop or a toxin drop does feel very important for the Soviet player, and trying to utilize your range also feels important, but he doesn't have any natural artillery. He's gotten that stolen Athena cannon. An Apollo goes down, a gift from the Allied player to the Soviet player there. And he's going to be able to sneak in and steal away this Harvester. The Apollos are looking to engage. The Cryocopters are here for some reason. They're not really needed. A couple of Bullfrogs on the low ground would be a great choice by Harlen, but this Apollo goes a little bit too deep. No, it doesn't, as the Apollo manages to escape, picks up a kill, and gets away scot-free. The repairs are free, so that Apollo is feeling good about the life choices. The Akula subs are guarding against any particular swing from the allied player. Did Harlen actually clock that was a unit stepping forward? It doesn't look like he did. He hasn't moved to respond to this Riptide. He does definitely know it now, as the Apollos move over there expecting Twin Blades to be the response. Twin Blades are indeed the response, but this is not a shrunken down Riptide with like a Tanya inside who's going to jump out and nuke all of your buildings one at a time. So that is going to be Twin Blades and MiGs showing up. The Apollos, are they actually going to get outgunned in this fight? They're running from the MiGs as the Twin Blades finish off the Riptide. The Bullfrogs are here. They're the latecomer to this party, but they do show up eventually, and that Apollo skates across 80% of the Soviet base without taking a single shot. The anti-air can lag behind quite slowly as the IFVs and the Javelins need to be more present in this fight. Aegis Shield gets popped, but that means this Athena cannon is now stuck absorbing those satellites, not pulled back. That Athena cannon, she did not run for the hills when she saw the satellites coming down. opShijiao letting a couple of units go away there. IFVs there hoping to bait the Twin Blades in for a fight, but if it's only two IFVs, I mean, there is an Apollo here as well. The Athena cannon is safe. Okay, no one's going to commit in for the fight. So the Athena cannon is just going to get the kill. But can the Mirage... Oh, can the Hammer Tank get the kill? The Athena goes down, and the Hammer Tank with the Athena upgrade manages to pick up the elite status. Cryocopters are now here. It's like a fight. Dreadnoughts land a shot, but it's only just one. And there's going to be the shrink down as the Athena cannon from the high ground will actually get targeted. Ooh, the shrink ray means that the Hammer Tank can escape, but the Hammer Tank also has reduced range, as this naval yard will be forced to be sold off. Maintaining the build radius isn't that big of a problem as long as you've got a little bit of build radius. He doesn't. Okay, it was actually kind of a problem. He does have to reposition his MCV there. There is still a 13k army value advantage for Harlen, but as I said, it does come down to the execution. Athena cannons and cryocopters in particular, can be either extremely effective or they can just sort of do nothing of permanent effect. Everything that they do wears off. They don't do any real damage unless they're paired with something. And in this event in particular, we've seen a couple of cases of where cryocopters do a lot visually. You see them flying all over, shrinking stuff, freezing stuff, but none of it actually sticks. The units on the ground aren't able to crush the small units. The freeze doesn't complete, so then the unit doesn't actually get broken. Satellites or toxins? It's going to be the toxins coming in. 3 peacekeepers or 2 peacekeepers and a javelin end up going down. And that... I don't know what was there, but a peacekeeper and it looks like a Mirage tank both died, but I'm not sure. That must have been something else in the mix there. as the cryocopters will go down. The Dreadnought finds a couple of shots, but the MiGs are the heroes of that fight. And now the Twin Blades moving in. They get the kill on the Athena cannon, then they back off to get repairs. They can heal back up. Things are starting to fall apart for opShijiao, and they're also falling apart for that Kirov, as the power plant takes big damage, but the Kirov doesn't manage to do anything substantial. Dreadnoughts shelling away at this army. They should be shelling away at this base if they can, but losing those cryocopters was a big mistake by opShijiao. Is this a crack in the armor, or is it just because he's paying attention to the battlefield that really matters? Athena cannon targets down that terror drone, and the hammer tank Athena targets down the Athena. The Aegis shield gets popped, and that's where the satellites will drop. Double Athena cannon kill picked up. The Apollos are here, but can they deal with the ground army? Because the hammer tanks are still in good numbers. It is 45k of army for the Soviet player. It is now getting to a place for 20k army up, where just being a bit efficient with Athena cannons and cryocopters, that may not be enough. Mirage tanks are still extremely powerful, but I don't know that the rest of the army can stand up. Okay, if it was just the Mirage tanks and they had like an iron curtain to make them invincible, then sure, they can blast through the whole Soviet army. But at this point, I think the Soviet army has too many health bars. Although maybe it's just 20k of bears that are actually keeping the Soviet army afloat. Apollo showing up. Dreadnoughts staying alive. I cannot believe how long these Dreadnoughts have survived and how they've actually been kind of effective versus an Allied player who has cryocopters, because Allied players are so good at shrinking down a Dreadnought and then coming in with 2 or 3 Vindicators and killing it off, and it just makes the Dreadnought useless in almost every Soviet versus Allies game. But in this case, opShijiao has not had the free money or the free time or whatever it is to get another airfield, to get a couple of Vindicators, and to work the cryocopters and the Vindicators together. He has been playing with a maxed out Apollo army, and he has not built a second airfield. Dreadnoughts are going to find the shots. They do land them. The Athena cannon goes down again. The satellites took out the Athenas in the last fight, and now the Dreadnought finds the shot on that Athena. Bullfrogs pushing back the cryocopters. This Allied army feels like it's just getting further and further behind, as now the terror drone helps get the kill on the IFV there, as a single Javelin soldier gets pushed back. And once again, we don't get the big, splashy, flashy fight to end it all. opShijiao was falling behind slowly over the course of about 10 minutes in that game, and he knew it, but he didn't fight it out to the bitter end, so we don't get to see that big, action-packed ending. Harlen picks up the win. Fight it. Run from it. Destiny arrives all the same. We're back to mirror matchups, baby, as playing the random, drawing Soviets, locked into a 2-2 battle. Give it up for opShijiao! With a nearly perfect game on Infinity Isle, tying up the score. Give a cheer for Harlen. It may not have been a super fun, chaotic, action-packed, manic game, but you also can't disagree with the way that Harlen played that one out. He crossed his T's, he dotted his I's, he sort of did everything right in that game, and he did come away with the win. He pulled off the correct harassment with his Akula subs, with his units in various places. He kept his unit composition very agile and very varied, and he was able to just pick up the win here. Now, we do have the map Liberation Freeze. We'll point out that it's not Chrysabero Garden, as I end up just repeating some of these same facts again and again and again. because, you know, you never know if it's going to be one person's first game. But if this is your first video in this event, what are you doing down here in the lower bracket? So you guys know, it's Liberation Freeze, not Chrysoberyl Garden. Over the course of this event, before this event, I don't know that I could have told you anything about either one of these maps. I do like the layout. Oh boy, Harlen is gonna have to pull something out for this game. That's a toughie. 2 minutes and 20 seconds in a tied-up series, 2-2, and then to have to give away match point to your opponent because a terror drone found your MCV at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. That has to be a bit of a heartbreaker, but maybe Harlen is the kind of folk who can say, all right, yeah, that was kind of a nonsense game. That guy got a win, didn't really earn it. I can come back in the next one. If he manages to get a win in this game, that will be truly incredible. And then it's like, okay, we just have to give him the win. If he manages to pull a win back from this kind of a game, opShijiao already has the Crusher Crane up and running. Harlen with technically an army value advantage, but I'm not sure how much that's really going to be coming into effect. We'll see if this MCV can get any crushes off as the sickle does come up to disrupt the terror drone lines of opShijiao. The crush of this MCV could change the face of this game. He's fighting down from the army, and his MCV can't get on top of those sickles. opShijiao floating cash, and Harlen needs to try to find a way to get the absolute value out of this unit, because that's a unit that's not going to be doing a whole lot more in this match. A random engineer out on the field. Okay, this MCV is actually crushed a significant number of sickles. I cannot believe how many units this one MCV has actually managed to shut down, and now he's going to get another one, almost two, as he will finally get the Destruction Derby online there. Terror Drone starting to infect these units, and a sickle is going to have a difficult time dealing with this sentry gun. The sentry gun will eventually deal with that MCV, and a lot of sickles going down on both sides. The Terror Drone ends up going down, and now the Terror Drone will be able to lock down this MCV right next to that sentry gun. The damage is consistent, and there we go. The MCV is gone, and this is now a much, much harder fight for Harlen. opShijiao doesn't have a lot, but he does have this sentry gun to help him lock down this side of the war factory. It is quite safe from sickles. You need quite a few sickles pumping out damage to be able to kill off that sentry gun. And I guess there must have been an MCV cell, and that's where that engineer came from. But of course, he's got the Crusher Crane, so neither player will have the one clicks when it comes down to it, but one of them has a build queue, and the other one does not. That's a low power mode. The sentry gun is now useless. He's forced to sell it off, and the harvester's getting shut down, meaning that opShijiao can't rely on them either as the sickles jump in. That mistake of the reactor, that might have cost opShijiao the game. We'll see if these sickles can actually finish it off, because Harlen can't just let him escape with a little bit here. Harlen has to finish the job right here, right now. The Terror Drone getting the lockdown. No sentry gun means no opShijiao. Harlen pulls it back. The MCV gets infected. Are you kidding me? What? He pulled that one back. No MCV cell for the cash back, and he still manages to pull out the win. What a close one. opShijiao is going to be kicking himself for that, which will send us to Industrial Strength, and it will not be a mirror matchup. We have got our third faction all filled in for this series, looking to tie things up even an amount on Industrial Strength. Give a cheer for opShijiao, and finding a crazy win with no MCV, no cashback. This is Harlen. You cannot deny the entertainment of that game. That was not what we've seen in some of these other, like, big macro drawn out games, these matches that go back and forth in this particular way. opShijiao so close to having that one on lock. The sentry gun was like this huge piece of the defense, but it requires electricity. It takes you back to the days of Red Alert 2 when the pillboxes could operate without electricity. And here we see the consequence of that decision made. Base defenses requiring electricity, some kind of electrical charge. Is that Sickle making a run for the engineer? No one has captured this oil derrick in the north, but the Empire has captured the oil derrick in the south, and Sickle's on their way, moving out. And the conscript gets the kill. 500 bucks down the drain, and the burst drones will look to burst down these Sickles. Flak troopers out on the field, but they're dealing with the dojos as that flak trooper goes all the way to the golden status. He's the golden boy of the Soviet Union. And this is a very tightly packed base, especially before that MCV had packed up and was looking to move out. War Factory, Super Reactor, MCV all clustered together there. And again, no one has captured that oil derrick in the north. The bear going for another kill. The bear actually ends up dying to the Imperial Warrior as well. It's mutually assured destruction over there. And these Sickles want to move up north, but the Tengu is moving forward to save this engineer. And there we go. opShijiao completes the move. He gets both of the oil derricks, and that is one of his goals in this game. It didn't quite happen as quickly as he would have liked. It didn't quite happen as cheaply as he would have liked, but he did manage to get both of the oil derricks. He gets the cash back. He gets the sustained income from those. Third refinery going to be coming up fairly quickly here for the Soviet player. Empire players much more likely to play off of those two refineries, and also much more likely to play off of the two refineries for longer, even if they do end up going for a third. Unless it's Epicenter Island, where they love that third super fast. opShijiao has been quite a macro-oriented player, so I am kind of surprised that he also, even as Empire, is delaying those two refineries. Whereas when we see a player, GreenAlert kind of does it, but GreenAlert, Zugspitze, some of these players who, I guess GreenAlert is really a Soviet player, but he's been playing Empire mostly in this tournament. He did play a decent amount of Soviet in the qualifiers. I'm getting caught up in all of the asides of this statement, where Empire players are much more likely to play just off of those two refineries and to just have a little bit of a more limited pool. In this case, I was expecting opShijiao to go for that third refinery. He is playing the two refinery double oil derrick style, and there's going to be a couple of units getting crushed down. This is a hammer tank getting eaten up as well. These have no answer. Where are the bullfrogs to deal with this? Where are the flak troopers to deal with these chopper VXs? There is at least two bullfrogs now out on the field. A couple of sickles, I think, getting crushed, and you can maybe see that on the income graph there, as the bullfrogs and the chopper VXs, they have a weird relationship because this is not visible. Okay, never mind. Normally, you can hide chopper VXs in the shroud of the high ground, which is why you see that conscript coming in here. This hammer tank, that hammer tank actually not going down, and the VX also not going down. The perfect scout timing of this bear. He sees that ore refinery just in time. That is a big tell for the Soviet player to get the intel on what the Empire player is doing. The Tengu will end up cleaning up the bear, and the MCV has already moved on to a potential fourth refinery for the Soviets. So we've made it past a difficult phase for both players, where the Empire player hasn't taken a third refinery, and the Soviet player has the threat of the chopper VXs without adequate anti-air. But with this fourth refinery coming up, with the super reactor being finished for a while and the crusher crane being added on, we always have the possibility of a quick airfield, MiGs, twin blades, that opens up the build queue a little bit here for the Soviet player. But industrial strength is also one of those maps that can be thrown into chaos because... oh, Tengu just dying. I mean, the flak cannon is there, and opShijiao clearly wasn't expecting the flak cannon to be there, But I think he did also forget about that Tengu because it wasn't transformed harassing that Harvester. It kind of got forgotten and left. This is crossing your T's and dotting your I's. Sending the conscript up to the high ground to give you that vision to make sure you can't get jumped on. He's going to get jumped on anyway because he's got point defense drones as the Tengus go down in the sky, but the hammer tanks go down on the ground. 3 hammer tanks traded back for like 1 Tengu. Yes, please. That is a yummy exchange for the Empire player. 1 Tengu is not worth all that much as the Terror Drone gets knocked down and the Harvester will be forced off the line because of the toxins. But the toxins don't last forever. Behind all of this, Harlen is making the call that the economy is going to matter more than the army for the next couple of minutes. He says, I am going to dominate the later game. I just need you to stay in your base for a couple minutes longer. This Empire player is not expanding. The income of the Empire player is being hampered by a little bit of harassment and by the killing of the oil derricks. Meanwhile, the Soviet economy is running free. It is stretching its legs and it is finding its pace. 5 refineries is a lot of income. And if it is not stopped, then this Soviet army is just going to explode in value in a way that the Empire army cannot keep up with. But it hasn't happened yet. And so the Empire army, which is still quite powerful, I think these point defense drones are about to fall off, but they'll be ready to reapply very, very soon. It hasn't happened yet, so there is still a chance here for the Empire army to just absolutely crush this Soviet army, especially with the MCV being here. Walls can be deployed, and they can act as a bit of a force field to cut this army up. A big chunk of the army value of the Soviet player is in the bullfrogs, which, as we talk about always and forever, can either be a lot, very effective, or not effective at all, but this Harvester going down is a big problem for the Empire player. This oil derrick surviving is a very good thing for the Empire player, but that Harvester represents 33% of the income, nearly. We'll call it a good 30% of the income of the Empire player just got wiped off of the map. He has to spend the 1,400 credits to rebuild it, and he has to, of course, lose the mining time. Fortunately, he did start the rebuild very, very quickly, so he did not lose a lot of mining time. This is so many bullfrogs. 7 bullfrogs out on the map, and these Chopper VXs looking for the angle. The flak cannon actually is still here. He's got 2. He's got 2 flak cannons. I actually would have expected that Harlen would have recycled that flak cannon. He's been paying a lot of attention to making sure that he sells off extra buildings, extra base defenses, but here he is not doing that. He is playing so much more turtley looking than he has in the past, maybe more hedgehog or porcupine looking, which I realize that those animals aren't everywhere on the world, so some of you may not know exactly what I'm talking about there, but these are so many more base defenses than you would ordinarily otherwise have, as the flak cannon is going to get lots of damage out here, and this is about deploying some of these buildings just to body block. The flak cannons are nice. They can't reach everywhere, but killing off a refinery is a big deal. I guess the Harvester just died, or maybe it didn't even die, but it's back online now, as the main base is about to be cracked open, and with it being point defense drone city for the Empire player, he has to make this fight work, and he really has to win it big time. He can't just kind of win it, because the Soviet player will be able to just run away with this game. Toxins coming in on top of the barracks, creating a little bit of a wall there, and opShijiao is dying of indecision. He hasn't been able to find an angle on the engagement. Cashback coming back, aiding the Soviet player even more. And now the units, if they get split up, the point defense drones won't be able to apply. If he lands to activate the point defense drones, he can't defend this mecha bay. He desperately needs this defense, and there it is going to be, but now the Chopper VXs are on the ground, and the MCV can't defend this mecha bay forever. Walls only do so much, as the Emperor's Rage gets activated, but that's a big target, and a King Oni steps out just in time. There, the timer has run out, and they flip up into the sky, and the Bull Rush runs forward. A hammer tank goes down, but how many had to pay for that one hammer tank to die? A tier 3 Mecha Bay, the refinery in the main base, down to 3. These are not the mistakes you can afford to be making. One working harvester for the Empire player after an entire tournament of so many amazing games. He's looking for the comeback, but everything's crashing down around him. opShijiao taps out. Harlen finishes the series 4-2, and the GG comes through. Harlen will advance into the next round of Gathering Storm, and opShijiao will tap out. But this is not the end of the video. This is not the end of the journey. We've got one more series to get to. We're back to see the observation post. We're back to the Eternal Infinity Isle. And we're back to the airfield first from the guy who has a tank in his name. Give an air raid siren cheer for MirageTank. You're going to need the air raid sirens on constant blaring mode. And on the right side, playing the Empire, give a cheer for GreenAlert. MirageTank beating out Zugspitze, an Empire player, to end up here in the lower bracket round 2 against GreenAlert, who is playing Empire, who did end up losing to an allied player to end up here in the lower bracket. They have both, I guess, warmed up very well for this match. GreenAlert versus Dutch Army and MirageTank versus Zugspitze. And as a result, we have got ourselves two guys who just played their respective matchup, getting that matchup again. But whoever ends up winning this series will go against Harlen, and then they will face, whoever wins that, will face the loser of the upper bracket finals. So the road does get tougher from here, and this will be our last series of the video. This will be our last of the 4 players that we are eliminating in this video. GreenAlert or MirageTank will join the bottom 4 in exiting the bracket, and the other one will get a chance to finish in the top 4 at the very least, but get a chance to stay alive for that number 1 spot here in Gathering Storm. The refinery is up and running. 3 refineries versus just 2. It's all-out pressure from the Empire player, with Yari mini-subs looking to cross the map, with Tengus flying all over, I assume. No, it's just burst drones. The Tengus are so incredibly delayed. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and the Imperial Warriors, they've got their work cut out for them, but so do the Vindicators. Triple Vindicator on the map here, as more walls will be coming up, and can he get a wall to block off these Imperial Warriors? The damage is coming through pretty big time, and the Vindicators helping to cut off some of these forces. MirageTank has lots of damage to deal with. Yari mini-subs on one side, Imperial Warriors on the other side, and they're all sort of just buying time for the regular Empire units to come out. The Tengus are on their way, but they're not here yet. The bomb splitting is good, but you need more bombs, and the refinery's so close to going down. He will actually manage to survive. I feel like that health bar just jumped up a little bit there, as he does manage to keep it alive. This extra wall segment coming in actually saved that refinery. And MirageTank nearly getting knocked out by losing a refinery, keeps his hopes alive, and he scouts over his enemy's base, and he's like, okay, no, it cost you a lot to be able to do that. One refinery out here on the water does end up going down, but if this refinery also went down, it would be, you know, almost a guaranteed win here for GreenAlert. Technically, MirageTank could have kept it up, and because he did already have the double airfield, he could have kept up production, but and just rebuilt that refinery, but that would have been such a big blow and such a big slowdown to the allied player. Whereas in this case, they both had to invest quite heavily to end up in this situation. Just they invested heavily in different ways. Vindicators not wanting to drop their bombs. Second VX actually shows up, so the Apollos are going to have to pay a bit of a price here. They will get the kill, and nothing is answered back. The observation post does get grabbed, so the engineer doesn't get sniped. The cash is back in the hands of the Empire player, and the Tengu's showing up to try and make this a bit more of a fight, but the VX is unable to get the kills. Tengu's and VX's dropping left and right, and it seems like every time MirageTank keeps his aircraft alive. MirageTank so close to letting this game slip away, but it seems that every turn he manages to keep hold of it. Okay, finally the kills are starting to land. Triple VX out on the field, quadruple, and now we need to see a few more Tengus in the mix as well. This is now too many VXs for the Vindicators to just easily bomb out, and this is where the shoe kind of switches to be on the other foot. Because MirageTank didn't have to rebuild that refinery in his base, his income has stayed pretty good this whole time, and now he's bombing out the power plants. There are fortunately two other ones. Fortunate for GreenAlert, not so fortunate for MirageTank. But MirageTank doesn't need to rush the end of this game. He doesn't need to be worried about crashing into this Empire player immediately. He can play this one out a little bit defensive and a little bit slowly, which is exactly what he's doing. Go for the safe and the assured thing. Don't take the additional risk, which is why you're bombing out the power plants. Great choice. If you can find an angle to safely bomb out a power plant, easy. And as we come up now to the 6-minute mark, say it with me, no point defense drones. Did you say it? You should know this by now. If an Empire player sells an MCV, you know I'm going to talk about this a bunch of times. So did you say it with me? Or did you just let me say it all by myself? And now it's your problem. As the Tier 2 finishes up for this allied player, Guardian tanks are out on the field. Cryocopters can be added into the mix. And the Tengu's swinging around. The Apollo's going to be able to find a bit of an angle over the walls. The VXs need to get on the ground to get out of the danger zone, but then that leaves them vulnerable to the Guardian tank as they don't have much to do as the Tengu's fly away, hunting down the Apollos who are running for the hills. The VX is defenseless on the ground. The Tengu's flip upside down, and the Guardian will be hunted. Can GreenAlert still pull this one back? The IFVs go down and the Vindicators find the kills, but the Apollos get the VXs, and MirageTank puts the first point on the board. GreenAlert sells his MCV, goes for the risky play, but the dice don't roll his way. And that'll roll us into the burnt out fields of Mers Landing for game number 2. Rocking the blue. This is MirageTank. And in the south, sticking with green, Empire, feeling a little blue. Give a cheer for GreenAlert. GreenAlert going a bit risky in game number 1. Hey, you have to do it sometimes. If he would have gotten a quick win on game 1, number 1, then you're like, yeah, I'm a genius. I ended that game in like 5 minutes. I got a win, my first win of the best of 7. And then if it doesn't go right, that's where you need to be able to bounce back and be like, all right, I still know what I'm doing. You need to be able to have confidence in yourself to believe that you can still win it all. Because MirageTank, he defended well, and, he sort of had an advantage almost the entire time. And now he is going to be playing this one out. He gets himself an oil derrick, but he's playing this one out with lots of walls. He is very wary of the potential for a big Imperial Warrior push. Once again, the MCV has been sold off. Is GreenAlert going to do this every single game? Are we going to see this like 6 more times in this series? The dog gets the engineer, and there we go. That is one threat taken off the board. This is an MCV cell into a tier 2 mecha bay. We've got VXs. We've got a ton of Imperial Warriors looking to cross the map. For right now, their prime target is going to be that oil derrick, because the MCV is guarded by a bunch of peacekeepers and there are walls everywhere else. The first VX ends up going down, and the Apollos and the VXs and the Vindicators are going to have to go back home for a moment. Is it just one Apollo? Yeah, that's a dog in the base. I think it's one Apollo and 2 Vindicators as the current units here. You get the barracks, you spend the extra cash on the peacekeepers. It does make you a little bit safer, but I guess you've got a little bit less cash to spend on those air units. Vindicator's happy to bomb out some of these Imperial Warriors. Looks like the bomb splitting was coming through, and it's not going to be tier 2. It's a war factory from the allied player. This does harken back to a tournament series that I know I've brought up a couple of times with Demon. I think it was Chrono Clash. Now I don't remember. But I think it was Chrono Clash where he just Imperial... No, he didn't. He MCV Tengu rushed everyone every game. And no, it might have been Red Alert 3 Masters, which also was sponsored by Tim of MediaStorm, actually. But I think Red Alert 3 Masters, Demon just MCV sold and built Tengus, and it just worked out. Like, he just has that kind of control. He has that kind of decision-making where he always manages to, like, sneak units through where you don't think they're going to be, and then your harvesters are constantly getting killed. And this feels like the different version of it. He's going for MCV cells 2 games in a row. Very infantry-heavy in both games, but the difference here is the tank busters are mixed along, and the Imperial Warriors are not like this early-game gambit to try to rush to. They are this, like, mid-game tool, as well as an Apollo and a Vindicator both go down. That's a good start to the fight. And, of course, with the Mecha Bay still around, with the Tier 2 still there, the VXs are recoverable. He can send that one back for repairs, and he doesn't have to give up anything just yet. That's a lot of walls around your airfield, and the Tier 2 has come through. So Guardian tanks, even a spy, but cryocopters are, of course, the thing that we're looking for from this allied player. MirageTank has earned himself a 1-point advantage in this series, and he doesn't want to give it up here, but this game is kind of deadlocked in this kind of a scenario. GreenAlert isn't getting any better in this game. I guess he could rebuild his MCV, but he isn't really, like, growing anything more functionally. So I think we're going to be deadlocked in this place, and one of these guys is going to die on this hill. Multi-gunner turret getting targeted down below half HP before the Pacekeeper jumps out of it. IFV going to be getting a couple of shots here as the VX is crashing down on this army. They switch over to the land mode and push back that cryocopter. Infantry going to be coming in. Tsunami tanks as well. Tank busters are going to shred that Guardian right on its front door. It goes down as the Vindicator bombing runs would have been great to help break this army, but they've already gone down as MirageTank falls apart here in game number 2. The shrink ray comes in, but what are you going to do with all these tank busters on your front door? The peacekeepers are going to have to come through big time. They are actually going to be able to blast away that tank, but it just doesn't matter as MirageTank taps out and GreenAlert evens up the score. We've got our first tie of the series. And the momentum will be made here in the Garden. Even though I did kind of, say I like this version of the map better than Liberation Freeze. I prefer Chrysoberyl Garden. I can't deny that the entertainment factor of that last Liberation Freeze game that we saw was incredible. And looking to match that entertainment value, this is GreenAlert. Looking to hold off the aggression with his infinite defense. Give a cheer for MirageTank. a multi-gunner turret right from the beginning, and he doesn't even want to take that oil derrick. He sells off the multi-gunner turret immediately. There are so many little varieties in MirageTank's openers. They are almost always airfield based, I will grant you that. He rarely deviates from the airfield opener, but I mean, he's allies, so not many allied players deviate very much from the airfield opener. Although a couple of allied players do definitely like the Javelin Soldier Riptide opener more versus Empire specifically, and MirageTank does not. He does prefer the airfield opener in, it seems like, all three matchups, the multi-airfield opener even, which we haven't seen in this particular series. But Vindicator's going to be bombing out. Yeah, there's just all of these little varieties in MirageTank's openers versus GreenAlert and versus all of these players. There have been a number of games in this tournament that have been decided by this, like, 1-2 pattern that comes in from allies versus empires, where the allied player will go 2, 3, 4 airfields, and the number of Apollos that they get allows them to clear out a big wave of Tengus. And we see this exchange where 80% of the Apollos die, and then, like, 100% of the Tengus die. And so it's like, wow, both players lost a ton, because Apollos cost more than Tengus. And then, because the allied player has 4 airfields and they can rebuild 4 Apollos at once, they're able to remax their army so much faster than the Empire player that the 1-2, the 2 of the 1-2 punch, is what actually knocks the Empire player out. And that's something that we saw from MirageTank multiple times in the Battle.net qualifier, but we haven't seen it as much here in playoffs, this multi-airfield as heavy style. Part of that is GreenAlert hasn't been giving him much of an option here in this series, as these Imperial Warriors are going to get it a little too close for comfort to killing that power plant for the allied player. And the MCV is still here, and this Apollo is scouting the 3rd refinery on the way. Vindicators coming in. This would be a heck of a catch. The timing's just right. Goodbye to that refinery. Devastation for the Empire player. This is making him feel a little bit, oh my gosh, if he kills this refinery because the Vindicators were on the other side of the map, that will actually be like the most insane clapback of the tournament. Okay, the Harvester is actually, because these guys are so packed together, they're gonna get crushed if they stay in there, and so many of them just die to the Harvester. The Harvester is its own protection. He saves himself from the Imperial Warriors, but he spent the money rebuilding the Harvester anyways because he thought he was going to lose it. That was a lovely little exchange there, and the MCV still hasn't been sold off. I'm actually kind of surprised that GreenAlert hasn't sold off the MCV, given that he lost that refinery. Never mind. Okay, there we go. Yeah. This is a little bit desperation mode for GreenAlert. This is a fantastic opener for MirageTank, and it is incredibly good timing that Apollo Scout moved out and saw that refinery. The Empire player didn't think the Vindicators were going to be crossing the map. GreenAlert made that key mistake. Now the Vindicator will get the kill on that engineer. Nice bomb splitting there, and then they get the safety kill on the power plant. They know that this Empire player doesn't have a lot of options. He can... Oh, he didn't have another... Okay, so he is in low power mode for the rest of this game unless he wants to sell off one of his refineries and the barracks. And this is going to be a very difficult game to play out. GreenAlert's chances go down with time. So as he is playing this one out, he needs to do the most he possibly can over the course of the next 1 to 2 minutes. And then after that, the allied player will be in such a better position overall that if GreenAlert hasn't done significant damage, he will have basically no chance to take this game. So we'll see if he can do that significant damage. Starting off with killing a Harvester would be a good opener. Starting off with forcing your opponent to just spend more cash rebuilding these Harvesters that haven't even died yet is also not that bad either. But another multi-gunner turret going to be coming up. Peacekeepers getting a kill on a tank buster. Vindicators coming in. Big bombing run. Answered back, but that's not enough. GG comes out. MirageTank will pick up the second kill. The timing on that refinery couldn't be better for MirageTank and couldn't be worse for GreenAlert, which will send us to the icy nighttime of Epicenter Island for game number 4. On the left side, playing the blue. Is he good? Is he lucky? Is it a little bit of both? Give it up for MirageTank. And on the right side, digging deep for the resilience to bounce back. Give a cheer for GreenAlert. Do we get it? Yes, we do. Look at that right from the beginning. And what will MirageTank choose to do? Lots of walls. Okay. I was a little bit worried when I saw the units streaming across the map. I was like, wait, did he go like double barracks? And this is the ultimate, like, mind game counterplay where you know that Empire players love to do this third refinery thing. You know that it's going to be probably a limited number of dojos, a delayed mecha bay, and so then you go like double barracks and you just put insane pressure on this location with a ton of infantry. Not going to be the case. There is a javelin soldier. He can break down the walls. And, yeah, the units are a little bit slow and a little bit late, but there is a Tengu moving over, and more walls can be placed. Immediately, the walls get deployed. Very nicely handled there for GreenAlert. This is about as well as you could have asked for that to go. The Tengu is going to take a little bit of chip damage from those Peacekeepers, but a second Tengu going to be coming in, so there really is not much of an option for... That's a Cryo Rush! He's not going for Vindicators, he's going for a Cryo Rush, so now the Peacekeepers actually can't just blast away this Harvester because the walls are down, and he didn't think that he was going to be needing a Harvester to be worried about a shrink ray coming through. This is kind of a mind game, the Cryo Rush, but with the Peacekeeper opener, so you think that you're surviving the one phase of it, but it's really not. That's just the setup for the 1-2 punch, the 2 being an icy, freezing fist that's slamming into the jaw of GreenAlert. This one disaster to another. One could be luck, but the other is skill. Count it either way that you like, but it is not deniable here. Tengu's going to be crossing the map, and GreenAlert says, I have to just get something done on the other side of the map, and he is right. He might actually get some Harvester kills here. One Harvester has a little hidey hole that he can go into. The walls don't quite get broken down by the crash down of that Tengu, and the Harvester trying to get back to work that refinery so low on health. A Vindicator bombing run will likely finish it off as the Cryocopter freeze ray is going to be coming through. There's the shrink for the Harvester to get the kill, and the Harvester will get repaired back up through that honorable discharge that comes through. Walls have to be sold off to let that Harvester get back to work. There's going to be the dojo as the follow-up, and then the Apollos show up. Harbingers of doom. They are telling the tale that is about to happen as the Harvester will get gunned down by the Tengus. The Vindicators haven't come through yet for the allied player, but there they start. The refinery is safe for now on the other side of the map. It's going to be a Defender VX to keep this refinery alive, and now the Harvester can get back to work. GreenAlert is digging deep. He's looking for that resilience to bounce back. He's starting to find something to keep himself in this game, and he has got Tengus attacking that building, but Tengu's getting knocked down by the single bomb drops. Okay, maybe not perfect bomb splitting there, but sort of perfect bomb splitting there. And by sort of perfect, I mean not perfect at all, but it's okay. Well, MirageTank did manage to pull it out, and did he? Oh, he got the crush. The shrink came through, and now the second Tengu will be frozen. The Vindicator drops the bomb, so that's the entire army of GreenAlert gone, and he's going to try and pivot. He is predicting the move to the water expansion. GreenAlert flirting with disaster and almost coming away ahead. There's going to be the additional power plant. The Defender VX keeping itself here. Apollo's, once again, the early scout, giving the vision for what's coming next. Another Defender VX is here. Can GreenAlert actually stabilize from this? He might actually be able to stabilize from this position. A very topsy-turvy first couple of minutes here. The first 6 minutes have yielded some very back and forth and very narrow margins for both players. I mean, at the end of the day, MirageTank is up a bit in terms of army, but I guess GreenAlert has had that refinery for longer. He has had a distinct income advantage. It's only about 1K per minute overall there. As you can see, it is shrinking a bit now. But that naval yard is a great choice by GreenAlert. Go for a couple of Yari mini-subs. We saw some Empire players, GreenAlert being one of them, very effective with those Yari mini-subs in different games. But it has worked out quite well. And when it does, you know, you look like a genius throwing a couple of Yari mini-subs at your opponent. There are a couple of... he is actually just moving out. GreenAlert is actually sending basically all of his units across the map, a Dojo Core as well. And he is going to be able to get the drop on that Apollo. The Apollo going to be backing away. This is double airfield, but it's like 5 or 6 Apollos. And one, maybe 2... He might only have one Vindicator. He might keep one open spot. Yeah, just the one Vindicator flying around. He doesn't need to spend a ton of cash on Vindicators. He's got the Assault Destroyer, though. So he is sort of predicting that these Yari mini-subs are going to show up. Are they just going to sacrifice themselves? Then the Dojo deploys. Tsunami Tank is here. Yari mini-sub's going to be fighting against that Black Hole Armor, and they're happy to just chip away at that Assault Destroyer. The Assault Destroyer will die eventually. You need something else to join up with this Assault Destroyer to deal with the Yari mini-subs. Cryocopter, Vindicator, one of those will have to go deal with that. Tsunami Tanks are here. Multi-gunner turret is here as well. Gets deployed onto the front line. Shrink comes through for the Striker for that Tsunami Tank. And they are going to be skating away down towards that low ground. But there is an Assault Destroyer here. Again, a very powerful tool for the allied player. But it by itself doesn't win the game usually. You need a little help. You need a couple of friends with it. And this is... okay, this is the 4th refinery angled for both players. It hasn't happened yet for MirageTank as he's looking to clear out these walls first, and then he can deploy that refinery if he is finishing one up there. And then GreenAlert, he's deploying his as well. So if this refinery comes up, there it is. The timing is going to be very, very similar on these 4th refineries for both players. GreenAlert is up a decent amount of cash in terms of value, 5K, 6K over the course of this game. And, you know, MirageTank still has the army value advantage. But again, these allied units, sometimes they are a little bit deceptive on the army value tab. It all depends on how the fight actually plays out. If the Apollos are a big part of that fight, then their army value is very legitimate. But, okay, we're kind of just going into a quote-unquote normal game. We just took a very weird path to get here at the 8.5 minute mark. If you looked at this game at the snapshot right now, you'd be like, okay, yeah, four refineries for both players, nearly 9 minutes in, decent armies. Why is the Empire player behind an army like that? And, well, the beginning of the game is the reason why. Yari Minisub's going to be looking to help out in this fight, once again trying to knock down that Assault Destroyer, 3 Yari Minisubs in total, moving out, trying to find an angle in. Vindicator's going to be able to answer back, but they go down. One of them gets eliminated, and an Apollo going to be taking some big shots as well. Every time that an Empire player can get a kill like that, it is going to be a welcome kill for sure. And the Yari Minisubs, they might just have to sacrifice themselves, and they will be able to knock down this refinery. With the Black Hole Armor, sacrificing themselves is sort of the only option that they have. And there we go. The refinery ends up going down. There is already the build radius here, so he is going to shrink down that harvester and send it off somewhere else. But this is a great move by MirageTank, or by GreenAlert, excuse me. It's a great move. It's not exactly resource efficient, 2,400, and, you know, the units have a 0% chance of survival. Normally, if you're spending the cash to kill a refinery, you want at least a chance that your units could survive. But I mean, I will take that trade as the Empire player. Maybe not forever, but a couple of times in a game like this, absolutely. And point defense drones are, of course, here out on the army. That will become a big part of this game. Javelin soldiers mixed into these buildings. Okay, just one, it looks like. Maybe there's a second one over there. But that Javelin soldier going to be going down. Okay. Point defense drones getting chipped away by his own units as that tsunami tank takes damage from the VX rockets, slamming down into the building. Peacekeeper going to be going down eventually there. Air units streaming around the map for the allied player. I think it's 7 Apollos, 1 Vindicator. Okay, there are 3 airfields, so it's maybe up to 11 Apollos. We'll see. The Tengu is going to be moving in. They do have point defense drones. They are quite powerful here. They can get the kill on this Vindicator. They need to swing down, and the Apollos will find them out here in the middle. The numbers are on the side of the Tengus, but the Apollos fight hard and fast, and the point defense drones do come in handy as the strikers will help get the finishing kills on it. It looks like at least 1 Apollo as it was streaming back across the map. Yari mini-subs coming back out once again. But the harvester is, once again, the refinery gets knocked down. So once again, GreenAlert is finding these angles to get himself back in this game. Multi-gunner turret will end up going down. And if these Tengus have to transform, they're going to have a pretty good fight versus the Apollo's point defense drones get freshly reapplied. So this is maximum health for this army. But that's going to be a cryoblast on top of this army, and it moves slow. Only 1, maybe 2 Tengus going to be going down there as they will transform into the sky. The Apollo going to be chasing, and maybe a couple of Tengus going down, but that's okay to lose a couple of Tengus in that exchange. Multi-gunner turret plus the refinery ends up going down, and GreenAlert is finding his way back into this game, into this series, but he can't keep giving away these units forever. At some point, he does need to take a fight against the Allied army, which is a genuine victory. Not just a Pyrrhic victory, as the Assault Destroyer will end up going down there, but that's right when the refinery finishes up. MirageTank is happy to play this one out very much on his side of the map. Very defensive, very focused on the left side, and rebuilding refineries, rebuilding his infrastructure. Big transform of the Tengus on top of this location. They will have a multi-gunner turret to deal with, but they will be able to deal with this harvester also. And now, no, they don't actually stick around to try and do any damage to that refinery. They're going to just get the kill and then get out of town. More Yari mini-subs going to be coming up. One of them will be able to deal with this multi-gunner turret very, very quickly, and the other 2 can deal with the harvester. GreenAlert feels like he's starting to tear MirageTank apart. Getting a couple of cryocopters would be the icing on the cake there, and picking up a couple of extra Apollo kills as well. MirageTank losing out on both sides of the map, and now he's going to still have these Yari mini-subs to deal with. GreenAlert low power mode for a moment here as the Yari mini-subs keeping the damage output on this refinery. They keep giving themselves away to knock down these buildings, but these last 3 will get genuine kills as the Apollos get chased away by those Tengus, and one of the Yari mini-subs ends up going down in the exchange there, but the strikers can get the kill. The Yari mini-sub will finish off that multi-gunner turret. Black hole armor isn't going to help you there. When you're the only target in sight, you will just go down, and that is a hero Yari, which is going to get shot up by a multi-gunner turret. I think he can finish off that command hub in time. No! The command hub survives, but the assault destroyer also goes down. The Tengus looking for that. He rebuilds again! Oh boy, okay, so now if that Yari mini-subs would have sacrificed himself, he could have killed off the command hub and denied that refinery rebuild. Or if he would have gone out of range of the multi-gunner turret as soon as it deployed, he would have been able to deny that refinery rebuild. But, well, it will cost MirageTank. But MirageTank is happy to just keep rebuilding this infrastructure again and again and again, it seems. And GreenAlert hasn't actually gone for a 5th refinery, so GreenAlert himself is not expanding beyond those big 4 that he got pretty early on. And now he's going to be forced to sell off that refinery. Cryo Blast fires off, and there's going to be the 1 tap on that refinery. That would have been crazy if he had swung in with more Vindicators to kill off this refinery as it gets built to replace the refinery that just went down. And okay, I talk about it, and then he does it. He was thinking the same thing. I need to do something to disrupt this game because I can't keep making these trades like this versus the allied player, where like every exchange is kind of losing. It's almost good, but it's kind of losing. And this refinery is back up again. MirageTank just does not quit with his economy. And GreenAlert was ahead on eco for the last 10 minutes of the game, and then it switches into MirageTank's favor, and now this refinery is sitting there doing nothing. This refinery is back online, and GreenAlert losing out on the eco front. That is a report of not total resources gathered, but income per minute. So GreenAlert is still up about 8K in total resources gathered. And oh, he spots the barracks, the tier 3 barracks has been identified by the allied player. Apollo is going to be taking a bit of damage. Defender VX gets the kill there. Another refinery knocked down. GreenAlert is like winning an award for most refineries killed in a single game. But at the same time, the army value is 20K to 20K. He has the Wave Force artillery, so he now has a distinct tech advantage. He's got the additional... They both have 6 harvesters out on the field, but it's 5 refineries versus 5 refineries. So any way you slice it, that 6th harvester is not doing much for either player. But you have to give it to MirageTank, rebuilding these refineries every single time, rearming himself. But eventually, he does need to step out and actually deal with the army of GreenAlert. The army of GreenAlert at the same time really needs to do something to actually deal with Cryogeddon. MirageTank calling his shot. Wave Force artillery forced onto the wrong side of this fight, and that's a catch to start the end game as he is moving forward, and MirageTank finds the angle to shut down the artillery advantage, but he steps too far. The cryocopters, no, they survive. The black hole armor just enough to keep that cryocopter alive. Once again, it happens twice as MirageTank doesn't give up on his units, and suddenly this doesn't feel as much like a fair fight. Behind this, it looks like GreenAlert is going for a big attack out there on the water. GreenAlert has the artillery advantage. He is going to be able to blast open this first assault destroyer, and these other assault destroyers need to be dealt with slowly over time. The cryocopters, though, they have a lot of firepower potential, but not if the assault destroyers are gone. If the black hole armor evaporates, then those cryocopters will just get blasted out of the sky, seemingly in an instant. Yo, that was like a full power shot from a Wave Force artillery on a random unit. They need to be lining them up on these assault destroyers, and MirageTank has pushed deep into enemy territory. He needs to get something back because the RE mini-subs are finding the damage on the other side of the map, and GreenAlert is looking for the engagement. His Wave Force artillery, the first one's caught out before the fight could start, but these ones are making the fight happen. He's not actually chasing these Javelin soldiers. He's letting them get away for now. And meanwhile, the re-engage is happening up here in the north. The Vindicator is brought along with this army. Wave Force artillery don't swim, so that is going to be a dead refinery. GreenAlert losing that piece of his income as the black hole armor activates once again. Looks like it's reaching up onto the high ground there as it does kind of intersect with terrain in a weird way. Eureka Omega out on the field. 5 Wave Force artillery That is a crazy powerful force that GreenAlert has, but he needs to keep them alive, because what we saw last time is the army getting separated out by that Cryogeddon and the Wave Force Artillery just being eliminated for free. Shrink Ray gonna come in, and there is enough Shrink Rays to shrink down basically all of these Wave Force Artillery. The Black Hole Armor coming online once again. They need to line up the shots. There into the sky goes the Black Hole Armor, and that's absorbing all the damage in the wrong way. GreenAlert needs to play this one out carefully, because even though he does have that artillery advantage, the cryocopters can negate some of his artillery advantage and shrink down and freeze those Wave Force Artillery. All right, you got to move out of the way. The Freezy Ice Ray is coming in. The juggle isn't going to be good enough as Yuriko avoids the damage for now, but she gets frozen and killed off. Broken down. The Tengus switch into the sky, but now they're fighting the Apollos, leaving everything on the ground. The Wave Force Artillery get crushed and battered, bruised, and destroyed. The Empire Army falls apart, and MirageTank executes the fight. Executes GreenAlert's army, and the Dolphin executes the Harvester. The refinery targeted down. The Cryogeddon, the Arbinger of Doom for the Empire player. 4K in the bank. MirageTank wins the fight. 17K of army up over his opponent. That's a heck of a swing there over GreenAlert. And GreenAlert almost able to make Yuriko work, but 5 cryocopters is difficult to stop. 4 cryocopters is difficult to stop as the Mecha Bay gets targeted and the cryocopters functionally unopposed in this fight. GG comes out. It's an unfortunate finish to game number 4 as MirageTank picks up a fantastic win that Cryogeddon had a big role in. And that'll send us to Deep Sea for game number 5. Rocking the Empire. He needs your energies. Give a cheer for GreenAlert. And on the south side, playing the Blue Allies, slow and steady wins the race. This is MirageTank. MirageTank rebuild, rebuild, rebuild. The name of the game there as the Javelin Soldier goes down to the honorable discharge of the Dojo Core. He could have potentially grabbed that oil derrick. He got at least one Imperial Warrior out, so I think the Engineer would have been slightly too slow. Maybe he could have gotten it, but the Engineer takes a little bit longer to build, so the Imperial Warrior manages to escape, but the cashback is grabbed by MirageTank. Burst drone flying over, the walls coming in, but with the Peacekeepers on the front line, you don't need quite as many walls as long as you can push those Imperial Warriors out of your base. And now GreenAlert, he has been playing mostly an aggressive style. I mean, the Chrysabero Garden game, he was trying to expand. That one he had to MCV sell out of, like, necessity and desperation more than anything. But the first 2 games, MCV sells. And then I guess the next 2 games, he actually was playing out the bigger macro game. He just didn't get a chance to on Chrysabero Garden because that Vindicator timing was so perfect. MirageTank, on the other hand, he has gotten to play defensive in a couple of these games to pick up the wins, but that last one, he just, again, he had the resilience. A free kill there by the Apollo. Nice on MirageTank. He's going to get another one with this Vindicator. I think he was checking the health bars there. He must have, like, turned on health bars or something. Because the Vindicator paused for a moment, and he looked like he was going to split the bombs, and then he realized they're all full health. So, splitting the bombs doesn't do a whole lot in that scenario. Third refinery is up and running. Second airfield is now online for MirageTank. GreenAlert playing fairly aggressively in a number of these games, but here he is keeping his MCV around for a little while. He hasn't done anything too drastic yet. He needs another power plant if he wants to sell off his MCV at the very least. Another Tengu picked up for free here. GreenAlert just giving away a couple of Tengus here. This one will at least be answered back. No, it won't. Okay, the Tengus are trying to cut off the attack, the return path of that Apollo. I love that choice from GreenAlert. He will also send the low health Tengu over to get the kill on that Harvester. And he's going to try and transform 3 Tengus. He could have tried to just sit on top of the airfield and play guard dog, but he does want to go for the Harvester kills instead. A couple of the Tengus end up going down. One of the Harvesters ends up dying as well. But you do also have to think back to those 2-3 Tengus that ended up dying earlier in this game for free from GreenAlert, and if he had a couple of more Tengus in this fight, he really could have made that guard dog situation work. But he's got 2 Harvester kills, and he's got the Imperial Warriors into the building, so as long as the walls are down, he can put out constant pressure into this building. He can knock it down a little bit at a time, but now the walls can be restarted, and now the base can be made safe. Now that the Tengus are out of the way, and the Harvester can get back to work. The Imperial Warriors will have to be cleaned out eventually, but because they can't get through walls, it would actually be kind of funny. Not necessarily a good competitive game mechanic, but if the building gave you a height advantage over walls, so then in this building, the Imperial Warriors could shoot over the wall and still, like, do damage as a VX gets picked up for free. Another unanswered kill by the allied player. Imperial Warrior makes it into the building, but the Tank Buster does not. Walls coming in there, and MirageTank is playing this one out nice and careful. I guess I mean, you couldn't just make the change about the building height without making changes about considering more like the placement of some of these buildings, about whether or not you really want to stick a neutral building next to a refinery like that if they have that advantage. But we do have a couple of Tank Busters here to help break down these walls, a couple of Peacekeepers to defend against these Tank Busters. And, well, this is going to be Chopper VXs on the ground, hoping that a Cryo Chopper doesn't show up to shrink them down. And, well, it looks like we are missing an engineer. That mission in an MCV, that engineer did come from the MCV cell of the Empire player. So GreenAlert, with his tournament life on the line, decides to throw it all into an aggressive play. Once again, he's brought Tank Busters along for this fight. Multi-gunner turret is going to help out. A couple of Tsunami tanks would be nice. Cryo Shot going to be firing off. Only going to lock down a couple of Imperial Warriors. Not the biggest kill there, as the Chopper VX kind of baits the Apollos into a fight, but there's 2 Cryocopters here as well. And versus a heroic Tank Buster, it's hard to keep the buildings alive. The bomb splits are immaculate, though, as the Vindicators clear out the Tank Busters. The refinery goes down anyway, and these boys go golden as the Empire infantry get their rank ups and do that damage. Double dojo before the MCV cell was quite a nice move by GreenAlert, but does he have the anti-air to deal with these cryocopters? As the copters come in, Vindicators move forward. Bombs are good. 2 VXs down. No losses for the allied player. And that is huge. Shaving down those numbers of Empire units is so important for MirageTank's defense. He cannot let the Tengu VX ball grow. Even though they don't have point defense drones to rely on, he can't let it grow to be out of hand, because at some point the numbers just don't make sense anymore. So cutting off those VXs as often as he can. Cutting down their numbers as many and as quickly as he can is very important for the survivability of MirageTank. A big reason for that is because Empire doesn't have infantry that shoots up, so the stuff that shoots up is so important, but he does it again. 2 more things going down on the Empire side and nothing to answer back. Everybody makes it home safely. MirageTank takes the sure fight. He is not risking it on a 50-50. He is playing so incredibly carefully, and he is playing so incredibly well. Holding the defense, not getting excited. Don't overplay your hand. And this is forcing GreenAlert into more and more desperate situations. There's a big transform. He's got a lot of VXs, so that will finally be an answer back as one Apollo goes crashing down and a second Apollo nearly gets eliminated. Cryocopter's taking a lot of damage. Tsunami Tank starting to cross the map, but he's just going to go for the kill. MirageTank just says, I can kill your buildings faster than you can kill me. I've got 4... He's got 4 cryocopters and 3 vindicators. He's got enough bombs to knock down every single one of these buildings. It's actually going to be a base race for GreenAlert's life here. MirageTank just needs to buy time while his cryocopters do the work on the other side of the map. The multi-gunner turret coming in huge as these tank busters and tsunami tanks need to clear out those units, and he doesn't go for the full base race. He doesn't risk anything as MirageTank returns home to win the game and win the series and force GreenAlert out of the tournament. Congratulations to MirageTank. His victory advances him into the next round. DDF, Zugspitze, opShijiao, and GreenAlert will exit Gathering Storm as the 5th through 8th positions. A big thank you to them for participating, but we have our top 4 decided. A huge congratulations to Dutch Army, Classic Noob, Harlen, and MirageTank for making the top 4 of Gathering Storm. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Pick up some limited edition merch if you want to support the event and myself. Thank you all very much for watching, and this is Cyber signing out.